Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We got ourselves some more Battlefleet Gothic that we're going to do for our Armada Monday here. Tau, this time around. We're going to begin with the bases. No huge surprise there, right? Same deal as before. Going to start with the bases and work our way to the ships. We got some references down here in the corners. That's a color scheme that I'm going to see if I can't replicate. Hey there, Landrast. So Landrast, looky here. So that's the first video. I used the weathering powders down here. That really worked out pretty well. Nice to see you there, Crazy Wolf. Speaking of which, those trenches are really fantastic, Landrast. I got to get those files. Print those things out. Right, Armored Wolf, how you doing? So yeah, this didn't work out too shabby. Obviously, we did a little something more elaborate on the freehand there than on the small one. And again, these are the wooden crosses we made. Hey there, T-Cat, how you doing? Great to see you. When you exit out of lurk mode, like always, T-Cat, you want to share some links or something, please go ahead. So looky here. Yeah, that did not. I think I used about 4 or 5 different colors of weathering powders there. That worked out really well. We even used some of them on the figure itself. So Crazy Wolf, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Monday. Well, for a lot of people, it's probably already a happy Tuesday. I even used some of them on the sword right here. Thanks, Landress. I'm gonna edit and render this tonight. Hopefully, get this posted tomorrow on the Patreon page because reasons. Yeah, it was pretty neat printing this one out. Bigger Landress. I also printed out a ton of other stuff. And again, we also have our 7 serpents, right? That's what these guys are from. So I got more of these guys printed out so we can do that army painting series. Let's do this here. So hopefully the printing is going okay there, Crazy Wolf. Now again, I'm going to start out with the bases here, and we will do this exactly the way we did the last time around. We're going to just start out with some of the ultramarine blue here. And we're just going to put this in generally like 3 different areas. Then we do the same thing with the magenta. Where's my big one? Here it is. Hey there, Tim. How you doing? Everybody, please give Hobby Time with Tim a follow. So, Tim, hopefully everything is going well, and you got all your Adepticon stuff that you wanted to do. Landrast, I got all of those printed out. Actually, Landrast, that's what I was going to start. That was literally what I was going to start, and then it all got derailed by the Trench Crusade stuff. We're gonna do both of them. It'll be running at the same time. So congrats there, Crazy Wolf, on another. Actually, yeah, Crazy Wolf. It would have been really interesting if the Super Bowl had been 1 week ago when they had 10 inches of snow down there in New Orleans. That would have been super fun because the whole reason why they won't let folks up here have a Super Bowl is because of snow. And that would have been a little bit of just desserts, shall we say. So again, just going to spread this stuff out here. Then we'll do the magenta. I mean, there's, like we say, it's not rocket surgery. Now the big one, I just wanted that to be a little easier for people to see it, but this is what's going on there. And of course, the merch thing is working. You can see in the events on screen. Where did my keyboard thing go here? So if you go onto the profile page where all the other stuff is, you will now see that, and of course you can see it right down there in the center. That's our Book of Wapple logo right there. So again, this is what we're after here. I'm just gonna move that out of my way. Now again, another one of these guys here. So, yep, after it took a while, but finally got that. Well, got the merch or got the imagery. That's the thing, is the imagery I was looking for. And well, you can see that Sector X, he's the last one there to partake of the merch page. Now, I'm still adding tons of stuff. I mean, I think it was 9 o'clock this morning. I mean, I was basically up all night. I was adding stuff to it. I will be adding more stuff tomorrow, more stuff the next day. Not necessarily, well, there will be more graphics. I'm still trying to figure out how the stickers work. Is it like a page of stickers that are basically die cut, or is it like one gargantuan sticker? I can't really tell. It's a little, well, it's not clear at all. Actually, the stickers are all about. So that's something I got to figure out. Here's my big guy here. So again, hopefully everybody is having themselves a decent Monday slash Tuesday. And Tim, again, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. Hey there, Doji. Doji, it's a little on the early side. Oh no, there's eyeballs here. If you wanted to share your oil painted stuff there, Doji, please go ahead. And Doji, I don't know if I was just popping that up on screen. Where'd that go? Here it is. So I just finished this video. It's one of the reasons why the stream is later. We did an experiment here with the weathering powders, which gave that kind of a very nifty look. So again, this is going to go up on the Patreon page tomorrow, and then we will be doing an army painting series. I don't know if there's ever been an army painting series where I was doing like mud and dust and the weathering powders like that. So again, it'll be a very different type of army painting series. Nice to see you there, Arid. And again, also, if as you can see, the merch thing is ready. The merch thing is now up, and you can see that Lynn and Sectorix, they have gone in and they have already partaken of the merch stuff. It's pretty wild that I was not expecting one of the floppy hats to be one of the very first things to sell. I was also on the phone with Kathy's folks, and I was talking to her mom, and I said, I put up the floppy hat thing almost as a joke. Hey, there's Sector X. So Sector X, look at that. You're right there. The first name on, well, the second name on, but the first one on the list. Look at that, Sector X. That's pretty cool. Thank you so much. Sector X, is it going to be a super late night again, like last night there? Oh, and of course, Arid, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry about that, Arid. I was like, there was something I wanted to tell Irid. Oh yeah, that's it. Go ahead and post stuff. Same thing there, Doji. There we go. So check out the Instagram link that Doji shared. Please check out the Pinterest link that Irid just shared. War Squirtle, that was one. Oh, was that early? I think that was either earlier today or like one of the last things from last time. I think that might have been earlier today, maybe. Yeah, I think that was. And of course, that's our Galadrim army, War Squirtle. I have a baseball jersey that is in these colors that says Lothlorien on it. So I even have a baseball jersey in these army colors right here. Thanks, Arid. Arid, how long have I been trying to get that thing going? Right? Only 5 years? Well, 4 years and whatever. But again, we finally were able to kind of that combination of the imagery and the merch ideas. Again, it's only just the start. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with the stickers because I'm hoping to get the Book of Wapple individual stickers on there. I just don't know if I have to do it like as a sheet of 6 or something like that. So yeah, Arid, I've been trying since pretty much 2020 to get that going. So yeah, War Squirtle, we did the entire army. Where's her? Oh, here she is. Yeah. It's all based off of Dark Queen Shmaladra. And that image, War Squirtle, that is a patch on the right sleeve of the jersey. So yeah, that image that you saw there, that's actually on the jersey too. So that was, I couldn't resist that one. That was super fun. All right, so we got some of our stuff here again. This is going to go on the big base. Believe it or not, I did paint one of this ship. Oh my gosh, maybe 15 years ago or something like that. I think I painted one of these guys. They're kind of rescues. Though that sounds good, Erit. I might have to partake of that myself later. Where's my exam? Ah, here we go. That's not the one I want. This here is the one that I want. So again, this is what we're looking to do next here. So we're going to start adding some of our lighter stuff in here. A little bit of our FMW, yeah, fast matte white. Oh, and of course, we got these stickers. I also have the new Book of Wample stickers there at Adepticon. We won't just have this poker chip. We're gonna have another poker chip that also has my QR code on there. So that should be pretty wild. I'm gonna roll with the magenta stuff first. Oh, by the way, this is the I almost said fast matte. This is the Alkyd magenta right here. How do I want to? Yeah, we'll just roll from this side here. So T-Cat, I hope that you're doing well today. T-Cat, I've added more stuff, like you heard me say. I was adding more stuff. I gotta add more. There's like some really crazy outfits. There's like bomber jackets. For the heck of it, I gotta do a bomber jacket. That's gotta happen. You know what? I'm gonna change this around here. I'm gonna change that up. This too. Again, TK, once you get back, for real and stuff, be sure to post something in the chat. And of course, everybody, please give TK a follow. There. Oh, look at that. Look at that already. Look at that already. Yeah, I'm going to get me a touch of thinner on that. Again, this is some super highly detailed brushstrokes right here, man. You don't get brush control like this on any channel, let me tell you. More, I guess I'm gonna have to get more of my fast matte white if I'm doing that. Yep, and then we're gonna grab a blendy brush, and we'll have at it. More of this, here, there, whatever. We really like to sweat the details. I mean, again, there's nothing but precision here on this channel. And of course, we're using the fabulous Battlecraft Supplies miniature holders. I do believe, what is it, Wapilius, you put in that code, you will shave your, shave? Well, you'll shave a few shekels off the cost, but you will save yourself some dineros if you do that. So don't forget to save yourself a little bit of coin there. Looky here. Look at that, huh? So we could do this, I don't know, like 200 acrylic layers or something like that, or we can do that. I mean, I know what my choice is gonna be. It's everybody else's prerogative to do what they want. That's how I'm gonna roll, right there, because Spacescape. Hey there, AD. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow, and of course, AD. I know you don't have the your latest pictures of the your creation on Insta yet, but if you got any work in progresses of that, please do that. So it's looking really sensational there, AD. But yeah, I can't wait to even if it's just like a gray background or something, or like a white sheet of paper or whatever. It'd be really cool to see it without all the other colors around it. Hey there, Valfera. Ah, looky there. Look at that. Okay, does it get any easier than that? I'm gonna say no. Oh, and hey, Valfera, this is up. It is working. So there's the merch thing, and we're putting more and more and more stuff in there. All right, where's my blending brush again? So I mean, this is absurd. It takes like 3 seconds to go from this to this. Okay, I'm sorry, 5 seconds. So no pink, no purples actually, no purples yet. This is the first chance I've had to use the. Remember the new? Oh, what the heck is it? Well, basically quinacridone magenta in the Griffins, so the Alkids. This is my first chance to get to use it on the bases here. Ultramarine blue. It's all the Alkids, Valfira. Well, at least for right now, it's all the Alkids. And then just fast matte white. We're keeping it simple. We're keeping it safe. Again, doing the stipply thing right there. Look at that. And it's just like what we did on stream here with these guys. Same idea there. And of course, again, Velvet, you didn't get a chance to see this. I had a chance to really use the weathering powders there for the first time in forever. So that was super fun. So yeah, Valfira, the ultramarine blue, which is already kind of on the purple-ish side, right? Once that makes contact with our magenta, well, then it kind of already gives us the violet. So I figured, well, why bother putting that out there when it's kind of there? Just have to use the blending brush to make that happen. Ah, thank you so much, X-Braun. Appreciate that. I'm hoping that after Adepticon, all that other madness is over with, I can do a couple of. I would really love to do some spacescapes, as in maybe like multiple spacescapes on a stream. I might even do them as ornaments or something like that, just because that circular format works really nicely. Because here it didn't matter. Is it horizontal? Is it vertical? Doesn't matter. It worked very well in a circle. So I might just do. I know, yes, it's an ornament, but I'll probably just try to do some spacescapes there. Everybody, please check out that current work in progress image that AD Creations just shared. Hey there, RSB. How you doing? Boy, it's been a while. Boy, I hope that you're doing well. I know that the streams have been later and later and later. Sorry about that. Again, it's just there's a lot of stuff going on. Which way do I want to roll with this? I'm going to go this way with it. We'll go this way. Punching at it like so. So there you look at that. So the only reason this one is separate, Velfira, is that this really just hides too much. So you wouldn't be able to see what I'm doing on the base. I am going to be gluing this thing on afterwards. Yeah, that's why all the other ones are attached except for this one. So Darren, we've been painting a whole bunch of them. Actually, Darren, check out the last two streams. Yeah, check out the last two streams, and they're all going to be saved as highlights. We painted a whole bunch of stuff already. We painted some pilgrims, some seven serpents. We also did some of the Iron Sultanate. We did some of those. And here was this was one from our last stream right here, right there. And I'm also doing tutorial videos. This is actually my second tutorial video. I think, here we go. My first tutorial video was all about the basing. And then this one again, I'm going to be putting this one up on the Patreon page tomorrow. And then I'm going to do an army painting series. We're going to feature the seven serpents in that army painting series. Thanks, AG. Yeah, sorry about that. It's with all that other stuff around it. It really does. It's almost like this next to a tube of fluorescent pink or something like that. It would make this seem dingy, even though we know it's not. Valfira. Um, Actually, Valfira, what I would like to do is, geez, Valfira, you never saw, I don't have pictures of it, but I actually did a 6 foot by 4 foot table that basically had this spread out all across it. Now, of course, that was with acrylics because, well, I didn't think about the oils back in the day. So yeah, Darren. Again, I'm gonna be. There's gonna be a bunch more Trench Crusade stuff. I've got already dozens of Trench Crusade figures printed out. I'll also be doing terrain, Darren. I'll also be doing some terrain. So sorry, Valfair, I didn't realize you were kind of thinking, like say if it's a movement trip. Oh, like these. Remember, Valfair? I might have to scroll a little bit, so give me a second here. No, not them. So like this Valfera, where the bases kind of continue and they match a surrounding background right there. So, well, that could be an interesting army painting. Hey, Valfera, that could be interesting for like a weird. I guess it would be a very different kind of army painting series, wouldn't it? But maybe something like that. Do we? Oh yeah, see here. That's. I'm pretty sure this is what you're saying, right? And that's what we did for our Song of Ice and Fire guys there. Now let's no, I'm going to keep that brush. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to get a different one here. And we're going to take our ultramarine blue, and we're basically going to do the same thing, except the ultramarine blue. Like this. Maybe a little thinner into that. So RSB, I basically never do anything like that unless it's a color like, say, well, actually, quinacridone magenta or phthalo green. Sometimes those have a little bit of shininess to them. In that case, here we go. I'll just brush on a tiny bit of this right here. That's the Army Painter Anti-Shine. The oils themselves are so incredibly rugged that I don't even bother doing that. Yeah, the oils, they can really take a hit. They are very, very solid. So I don't even bother doing that. Well, Valfira, it's definitely something new to try. We never do any new things here on the channel, right, Valfira? We never try like some kind of weird off-the-wall idea. We never say, I wonder what would happen if this happened. It's best we avoid those kind of things, right, Valfira? Yes, indeed. Why ever experiment when you could do the same thing over and over and over again until you have repeated it so often you're like, man, this is just like being at work. I ain't doing this anymore. And I've seen that happen with, oh gosh, at least 15 to 18 miniature painters that had done it for decades and loved it until it just got to be the same thing over and over again. They said, nah, nope, not doing this anymore. Trying new things can be a little scary, but it's not the worst idea ever. AD, I gotta tell you that digital compressor and that Galeri swallowtail, that's what that is, right? Yeah, the swallowtail. Those are well, I think you saw the Smaug, right? The big dragon. That's a bit of a game changer. So Expron, it's we've used this is the same ultramarine blue that we actually started with. So you can see in this area there's actually just straight up ultramarine blue. We just like we did with the magenta, we added a little bit of white to the ultramarine blue. Hey there, JD. Nice to see you, and we'll see you later there, JD. Thanks so much for being here. Now again, see, ultimately, it's something more like that. Oh, here we go. This is the one. Yeah. So these are the ones we did on stream. I also did a tutorial. I've done multiple tutorials on these bases and also the ships. So these Necrons here, we did those. Here's again. There's little pictures, some of the Necrons and such. Again, that was a tutorial video that I did. So Veil Ferret, nope, that is not the stuff. What was it called? Bear Scare, something like that. It's again, look up TEC Bears. It's literally all one word, TEC, and then bears, as in like bears. That's what it is. Okay, we got all of them there. Now we gotta get the magenta out of there. Or I'm just gonna grab me a whole nother brush here. So again, let's start doing some of our tap, tap, tap there. Just let that combine with what's already there. Yep, just it is TECBEARS. And the funny thing is, Velfer, remember, that was the thing that said, oh, you can't use it for water washable resin, which is, how many times have I said, the Soraya Simple is not water washable resin. They switched the name on there, thinking that people are, oh my gosh, it's like watercolors, it's safe, I can drink it. Never mind the glycerin that's in there, but it's watercolors, so that means it's safe, because it says water. So yeah, that's I gave it a shot, and boy, it works pretty darn well, Velfair. I was absolutely surprised. I wasn't sure. There was a part of me that was thinking, uh-oh, I just bought all this stuff for nothing. And I just got it on Amazon. I think it's about 33 bucks, and right now I think you can only get the 4 kilograms. So two 4-kilogram containers. Again, look at that. By the way, let me see how many bases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 bases going on here. Yeah, it was like in the fine print, so it doesn't show up on the Amazon listing. It wasn't until I looked at the label because I was looking for more. Was there any instructions or something like that that I really wanted to see that weren't on the listing? And I went, well, this wasn't on the listing. Very, very sneaky, very cheeky there. Oh, oh, thanks, Phil Fair. Oh, geez, I gotta get some sounds. Geez, Phil Fair. Oh, we go. Now, I really wish this would work. Well, we're gonna have to get another sound here. Is it this one here? No, it's this one. I gotta get that one working, Velfera. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Velfera, I'm really curious to see what that looks like. Actually, Velfera, believe it or not, I was gonna get one for me because, well, you know how I write down all of the all the stuff for the videos. I was thinking I need to get one of those for me. So how you doing there, Grant Oracle? So thanks, Velfera. Appreciate that. And now they said if it goes in, that you should be, it should show up on stream. I just got to figure out where the heck that alert is, Velfera. I have no idea where that alert is. Well, Velfred, the last time I did sound effects was literally 4 years ago. So it's gonna be very comical, Velfera. There might be some spicy metaphors. So again, look at that. Isn't that so easy right there? And again, this was one of the graphics I had to modify. Well, I had to modify all the graphics. Eventually, I want to get this on a hat, right? The APCC and our Wapoville Sports Network, because it's just I was there. I cannot deny that there were times where I was almost like cackling to myself when I just saw some of the things you can put things on. It kind of gave me idea for other stuff too. Hey, Recoil, how you doing? Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow, and everybody, let's also say many thanks to Recoil 13 for creating so many fabulous graphics. So there it is. Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. And of course, Recoil, if you want to share your links in the chat, please go ahead. And again, well, it all started with the Lord of the Rings gummy bears, and then this, right, Recoil, and then that, and then and Enrico, I was on the phone with Kathy's mom, and I was trying to, because I had sent him all the pictures, right, that you had done, and she said, well, how did he know what you looked like? And I don't know what kind of mystery version of AI that he was using there. So again, everybody please give Recoil a follow if you could. There we are. Here again, just putting some of the later stuff now into our spacescape. We're gonna start doing some basically like individual little stars here. Maybe I'll use this guy here. There we go. So see how that starts to get softened up there. Recoil, I was trying. I think I sent you a message about trying to do the Linseed Fellowship ring, and it just well, not only did it spell something like book with three O's, it would have been quaint if it only just like spelled book with three O's. It was like you couldn't even read. It's like, is that Lin Doodle Onwelwish? I mean, what the heck is it saying there? And it was one of those cases, Recoil, where the more words you try and put in, the further it gets from what you want. I don't know. Has that happened to you when you're working on your stuff and you're like, okay, I'm giving you more information. Why are we getting further away from what I'm looking for? So again, added a little bit of light there, to which we take Mr. Blending Brush here, and we do that. Just like so. I know Recoil, I know that Gimli for sure was one where you just had to say, look, put an axe in his hand. because no matter, I mean, he was given, the AO was giving me like Gimli with a bow, with a sword, with a tutu. It was giving me everything except just I want Gimli with an axe. The other thing Rico is telling folks that I've got to figure out, okay, what kind of, what do they do with the stickers? Is it like just one sheet and they actually cut the stickers individually, or is it just, if you give them any kind of, well, they know what shape to cut them, I guess. So once again here we're getting our lighter stuff right there. We take a blending brush here and we're just gonna pull that this way ever so slightly. Now Velfira, it can be really, well, a little bit frustrating to say the least, but it does yield some good stuff. So yeah, if you haven't checked out what's the one that says Happy Little Accidents. Yeah, that's another graphic that Recoil created, which I really loved that one. Where's my, a little bit of that? Where's my blending brush here? Take that away. And this little blending brush routine that we're doing here, it's not just on these. We also did it on this. Because one of my last chapters that I filmed of this thing was just me taking fast matte white, plopping it on here, taking a blending brush, and just pushing it all over the place. Same deal with the sword. Actually, the same brushes that I used for the weathering powders on the base there. So it's TECBEARS. So Tech Bears. It's not Torcore, it is Tech Bears. TECBEARS. Now, I don't know if that's one of those things like our thinner, where it's Mona Lisa, but the main brand here is Speedball, right? And this is kind of a sub brand. So unless the Tech Bears is what was it, a sub brand of, what's the Torcore? But no, Tech Bears, TECBEARS. At least that's the name on the container. Oh, no, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take our blending brush here. Now we're actually mixing the blue, the lighter pink, the magenta all together here. So you can see we got hard edges, we got soft edges, we got all kinds of edges. I think I got a couple more. Yeah, I got a couple more of these. Then we'll still go lighter. Then we got to do the spattery stuff, right? That'll be our final thing where we add the spattery star whatever stuff on there. Over here. And then right along this guy. Blending brush, where you hiding? Now you're over here. And if you go to the main profile page, it is now the first panel that you see. At least it should be. Oh, this is a more direct route to it here. That's right in there. But geez, now Velfer, I gotta find me. Well, finding the sound effect is not hard. Getting it to work, well, that's a whole nother thing, right, Velfira? Actually, Recoil, did you have any craziness with that? Setting up your stuff there where it's like, okay, here's this sound. That's going to be my alert sound. JD, definitely pop that into the chat. Yeah, if you got something that you can show there, please go ahead. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Actually, Nurgle Matthew, speaking of showing stuff, if I don't know if you have had a chance to really mess with the oils over the last few weeks or not, but if there's something you wants to share, please go ahead. I'm gonna get me another one over there. Blending brush. So we're working on 7 bases or 8 bases. It's 3, 6, 7. Okay, so only 7 bases. We're not going too crazy. We only have 7 of these going at once. So Valfira, just again just go on to Amazon and TEC. So not Yek Bears, it's TEC. And it's the 4K bottle. And it's kind of an orange and black label. Oh, okay. Sorry there, Velfira. Oh, hey, Velfira, check it out. Wow, you can actually. Oh, it's the res. They also have resin too, Velfira. I'm like, wow, you can get like a $14 container. Oh no, that's the resin. Yeah. I'm like, wow, man, that's like less than half the price. I got all excited there, Velfira. Let's see. So X Brian, there were no Mars Black was hard. There's no Mars Black on the palette. There is no Mars Black on here anywhere. Let me lighten this up a little more. Basically, the darkest color on here is ultramarine blue. Thanks, Simply Kaiju. How you doing? Hey, Valfira. It's possible that they're out of it, Valfira. Maybe that's why when I went to do it again, I can't really do much on stream, but after the stream, Valfira, I'll look and see. Maybe it's possible they're out of it. That's why nothing's showing up for you, Valfira. Is it basically it's all gone, or at least the cleaner is all gone? In which case, I'm glad I got another batch. Well, Kaiju, good luck painting the Marines there. I hope that that's also very fun. We do have a bunch of streams. Well, where's our Smurfs? We got Smurfs around here somewheres. Where's our Smurfs at? We painted a bunch of them. Is this one of our Smurfs? There's a Smurf. Well, actually, this one is on the Patreon page, this particular Smurf. And get the dust off of him. So yeah, that's one of the Smurfs that we did on our Patreon page, but somewhere I've got other Smurfs that I can't locate. Oh, no, that's not them back there. So yeah, Velfair. After the stream, I'll take a look, and it is very possible that they're just out of the cleaner, and all that's left is filament and resin. It's funny, Velfair. I didn't even bother to look and see if they had resin or anything like that. I was only interested in the cleaner. Now, in a second here, we'll do our lighter blue, doing the exact same thing, and then we got to do our spattery stuff. It's funny, Velfair. I haven't been able to get the. I had gotten these all these air filter things, and one was supposed to be for this room so that stuff wouldn't quite get as much dust on it. But well, I haven't had a chance to do that, and there's really not a whole lot of spaces to put them. Which I know you're totally shocked by that, right, Velfa? You are absolutely, you are so stunned. You're like, wait a minute, what? That can't be the case. That there's too much stuff stuffed in that room. Can't possibly be the case. So I'm just going to get my magenta out of here, and then we're going to do start doing the same thing again with our ultramarine blue. Mix it with the white. There's our fast matte white. That'll get into our ultramarine blue. And the primer that we did on these was the same primer we use on our on all of our 1/1800 scale ships. It was the black Steiner's mixed with the blue ink, so that's basically the color of the primer on the bases, which has now been completely covered with all of our later colors here. Where's just go this way with it. Guess I need some more. I'm gonna have to put some more of my fast matte white out on the palette too. Move this out here. Now Velfira has your, I don't want to call it the temporary painting area, but your stopgap painting area. Is that still reasonably effective for you? I was hoping that it was. Maybe I'm going to back up a little bit with our blue and then do that. Get some of our lighter stars on here. Then I'm just going to leave. Just going to leave it be darker there. So AD, I'm glad that you're feeling a little bit less sore there. I guess I don't how long it takes to get used to doing the crutches thing. I've never used those myself, so I don't know if that's one of those things where you're using them, right, and you're walking, and then your shoulders or whatever really start hurting because they're not really used to that sort of pressure and such. Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw, I think I was showing you the, what is it, the Stigmatic Nun? I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. And that's our latest video, which right after the stream, I'll be editing that, rendering that, and that goes up on the Patreon page tomorrow. Yeah, just spreading those out with the blending brush like so. And we'll do this. Oh, geez. Okay, that's fantastic there. So Valfira, well, geez, I don't know if you have any new pictures of it or something like that, but if you want to share the dragon or whatever, please go ahead. More of this, again, our later blue there. This is going to get some over here. Another little something over there. Blending brush over here. Again. We're still not to our, our latest light yet. This is still basically a light middle tone at this point. I think the Valkyria, yeah, it's February 7th. That's where things really will be. That's where the challenge really begins on that day. So whatever day February 7th is, I won't be streaming that day if that's supposed to be a streaming day. Let's keep going with some of our later stuff here. I just realized that the wall calendar is for last year. I thought I had gotten a new calendar for this year, just like a regular old wall calendar, and I was like, oh, yeah, well, that one kind of stops in December, so guess we need to get a new one. No problem there, Valfira. Okay, so now at this point, I get a little smaller brush, and we're going to start doing some of our much lighter star activity here. Get this going out here. Breaking down our fast matte weight. Not super, super, super thin. Now we're getting there. So everybody check out the Insta link there that Valford just shared. Oh, and also too the one that JD shared. Just gonna go right on down the line here. Thank you so much, Steve. Appreciate that. 7 months worth. Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate that. So appreciate that. Yeah, so that will be one less Friday stream in February for sure. Unless we get back very early. Now, of course, they do kind of kick you out at 8 o'clock, usually 8:30, but it takes a while to get back from this place. So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, maybe we do a substitute Saturday or something like that. Actually, recoil, I haven't explored all the stuff. I wonder if that's in either accessories or home something or whatever. So recoil, it's not like we could do a calendar where each month is based on a different chapter of the Book of Wapple. We could never do something like that, recoil. Blade says it's not possible. Blade says you can't do that. So everybody please give Blades81 a follow. So Blades, how you doing? Of course, Blades, you want to post something in the chat, please go ahead. And Blades, what the heck happened to your table? Did the wind blow that over or did something fall on it? Because it looked like it was pretty well messed up there. Thanks, thanks, Kaiju. We also painted 6 actual hobbit holes. So there's just 2 of them, and now these have all their flock and foliage on them too, and you can go back and watch all of those sessions where we painted those. Yeah, recoil. That would be a terrible thing, right? To have 1 month of the calendar feature some kind of critical episode of the or the silly Marillion. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'd have to feature the silly Marillion. Oh, so we're doing this again, huh? So first, there's the really small ships. And I mean, these are pretty small, right? And again, I like these surfboards right here. But this stuff here is just ridiculous. I'm not taking that to Valinor. This, we can work with this. He's not riding me like a surfboard. So thank you so much for that follow. What is going to happen with our big Gandalf 6 right here? Well, he survived. He did mention a certain shireweed, so he survived. I was wondering, Blades, because it looked like there was a tarp on it. I think I saw a tarp. Well, a ripped up tarp. I saw a bunch of blue, so I assumed that that was a tarp. Of course, we all know what the first 3 letters in assume are. So, boy, Blades, that's really crazy there. And it seemed, was that like a 6x4 table there, Blades? Hey there, Ragin, how you doing? Everybody please give Ragin a follow. Now, Ragin, if you wanted to post post some of your stuff in the chat before you head out, please go ahead and do that. But everybody please give Ragin a follow. Man, oh man, the screen door went through the leg of the... Man, that's, what, did you have like 100-mile-an-hour winds there, Blades? Because aren't you on the 3rd floor there, Blades? Well, I know you're not on the 1st floor because otherwise a certain 4-legged pooch would not have a weird issue with stairs. Let's see. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. And then again, we will be getting to our spattery stuff here in just a sec. Yeah, I was wondering, Blades, if it, since you're on that top floor there, if it got underneath there. Man, Blades, that is very, very intense. Well, again, glad that everybody is okay at least. Velfira, you sure that what is that? What am I saying there? Oh, that the ketchup didn't disguise itself, masquerading as, or the mustard disguised itself, masquerading as ketchup there. Again, mustard is it is the most dangerous condiment known to the human species. All right, well, now we're gonna rock and roll here with some spattery stuff. I even have a spattery brush. I think that we can use. That's what these are. So it's the same craft brush that we've been using here, except you can see it's a little long in the tooth, so we cut some parts of it off, which makes it very handy for either stipple thing there or for spattering the mud. So again, we can use it as a, you can see we spattered the mud back there. You can stipple or you can spatter. We're going to use this for spattering here. Yeah, blades, that's again, sorry to hear about that, because that is all kinds of not convenient. I don't know, I mean, did they just kind of board up the screen door temporarily or something like that? Okay, here we go. We're going to do a little bit of spattery stuff now. See how it's filling in all the little teensy dots there? You gotta approach it from straight up and down. If you do it at an angle, well, you're gonna have some comets going on. But so you see, we have all different shapes and sizes and a very nice random pattern to the stars. Alrighty, here we go again. And then we'll get down to our actual ships, which I'll bring up the Dark Eldar images that we're kind of using as a inspiration. So again, look at that. So Valfira, this is basically pin line wash consistency, because yeah, we won't get any spatter otherwise. Which of course makes it a little bit you can see it all over my finger there. Yeah, it really wants to travel for sure. So extreme thinning on this, because otherwise we're not going to get a whole lot of spatter out of it. And I gotta try and go as straight up and down as possible. One more there. And I think this is the last, yeah, it's the last of these things. Alright, good enough. That's all. And we're just going to get all this off of here, because that will, talking about traveling, right, Valfira? Don't get that stuff off of there. That is going to end up all over the place. So again, what would you expect to pay for a brush that's got it's got glue on it, it's got tile grout, it's got other paint, it's got chopped down bristles? You would think you'd have to pay $200-300 for something like this, but we have a special deal. A special deal. You get 2 of them for just $900. Again, it's a limited time deal. You gotta jump on that really quick. So just straight up fast mat white. Well, I think there was a little bit of other stuff that found its way in there, Valfira, but otherwise pretty much straight up fast mat white. Now, where's me Dark Eldar here? That's not them. There they are. So yeah, this is the color scheme. Something like this. Again, is it going to be exactly like this? Don't know. We're going to do something. Something like that. We'll see if we can make it happen on something that's very, 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 very tiny and also not Dark Eldar. Now, Filbert. I need a Filbert that's not also all chewed up Filbert. Let's see. Are you hiding over here somewheres? Another Filbert brush that is also not all mutilated. No, those are all kind of on the beat up side. So we'll just have to roll with the one that we got right here. You know what? Let me get a little bit of the Perline red out here. I meant to do yeah, this palette. I literally was throwing the colors on this thing seconds before I started the stream. All right, now we do have the Puro Orange out there. Haven't used that yet. We're doing this first. We're gonna roll with this first. Maybe a little bit more of that Naphthol Scarlet in there. Let's get some of that down here. You know what I forgot to do? How's about we glue this guy on here? So you can see why we didn't have him on the base when we were trying to paint the base. Get rid of this thing. Hey there, Grey Hunter. Nice to see ya. And again, happy Monday. So we're going to get you off to the side here. Just get you out of the way. There we go. Because you are very big and you'll be in the way. So Grey Hunter, the most expensive, well, this is the most expensive brush I'll be using. This is about $5.30. The craft brushes were about 27 cents a piece. Again, that will depend on what sales tax is in your area. Blades, I was telling Kathy's mom about fromage and how I was bummed I still didn't get a chance to get to the store to get the maple pork and beans to go with the KD. Hopefully I'll get a chance to do that tomorrow. Hopefully you'll actually have yourself a table, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's time to go look for a new table there. But I told her that we've tried various add-ons to the fromage. So see you later there, Valfira. Oh, actually, Valfira. Let's do a film noir. Oh, it's too bad I put that thing on the base. Wait a minute. Let me see if this will work. Let me see if this will work. And here's a quick one for you, Valfira. Quick film noir. Ah, look, there goes our magenta. There goes our violet. There goes our blue. Still have the value, but look at that. So see how subtle that is? That all goes away. So Velfer, thanks for being here, of course. Appreciate that. And again, sorry that the ketchup was being mischievous and disguising itself, masquerading as, or the mustard was masquerading as ketchup there. I will be certain to take a second look, Velfira, when I'm at the store if I'm going to get any of that, just to make sure it doesn't get tricksy. Yeah, Blades, I guess that's the question. How much time did you just spend? Could you sweep the glass or did you have to vacuum it because it was just almost pulver? Actually, well, here you go. Now you could just use it as snow effect blades if it's fine enough. If it's crushed up fine enough. Look at this. You could use it as snow. Just mix it with heavy gloss gel and you'll get a nice snow effect. Yeah, don't waste that stuff. That right there, that's basing gold if it's been totally disintegrated. Let me get some of the perline red, some of this. You know what? I'm going to use a larger filbert for that one. Why fool around with the small one there? I use this filbert for these little guys. Now we got plenty of other filberts. We'll grab a nice bigger one. Grab this. here. I think I got, yeah, one other really small one. Yeah, blades. I couldn't remember if that was kind of a favorite hangout place for him or not. Like being on the balcony or just having his nose up against the door. Now, maybe I'll just roll with this one here. Sure. We're just gonna roll with this bigger one. Might have to put some more of our fast mat. Well, yeah, I've got to get some more, both of our reds out there for our big one. So donkey, I can't remember. Now, they weren't any kind of specific, they were like chaos or imperial ships or something like that. It was more of a generic design. Uh, the same guy, so the thing it's Coco's models. The same guy that does their 1800 scale ships on my mini factory. I do believe he has almost kind of classic Battlefleet Gothic ships. So that's maybe the first place to start. And again, that is Coco's models, and that is on my mini factory. We've been, gosh, I think we're practically up to 30 of those 1800 scale ships now. All right, let me get, where's my Perline Red? There it is. Here it is. Get you back out here. And our Neptol Scarlet there. Perline Red. Neptol Scarlet. There you are. There you're hiding. Now I can get the bottom of this a little better. And then I was thinking of the, yeah, I do have my fluoro green out here. I was going to do a fluoro green for the glowy stuff like we did on there was a Dark Elder down there. All right, where's my big guy here? There's my big guy. At least for this first portion, I'm going to hang on to this a little bit here because I don't want this snapping off of the base. There ain't a whole bunch holding that on there. Now, thanks, Nurgle Matthew. Appreciate that. I want to say as of, let's see what, it's 12:35 now. As of about 3 hours ago, these weren't even on the bases. As of 4 hours ago, I didn't even know where they were. They were in a box. I didn't know where the box was. Turns out it was, as always, it was right next to, literally right next to me. It was less than 3 feet away. But that's how this always goes. Now, the reason why I could get these ready so quickly is they were already assembled, and they already had the bases for them. So I didn't have to print these out. I didn't have to print out a bunch of bases for them. That's why the Necrons are a little more, take a little bit longer to develop because I got to print them all out, plus print out the bases. And you can only print out so many bases at once. So that's why that process takes a little while. So again, there you go, Matthew. Great to see you again. Well, of course, happy Tuesday to everybody now. All right, let's get this going here. More of our light down there. Oh, dark middle tone. All right, there you go. Now let's put that to the side. Get back to this filbert brush. We're going to squeegee all that stuff out of there. So Grant Oracle, believe it or not, the person that I'm doing these with, he's working with Lee on a whole big super secret project. So you'll be seeing a bunch of that on the channel here, Grand Oracle. Also tutorial videos. So yeah, there's a huge, massive project going on. He did send me some spoiler alerts, some little pictures there. Okay, we'll set you over there. Oh, by the way, 1 hour and 16 minutes ago, there was no paint on any of these. There was no paint on the bases. There was no paint on the ships. There was no paint, no wheres, no how. Just saying. Yep, Grand Oka, I do believe that is the ultimate plan. And actually, Lee has seen. Apparently, he's seen all the streams that we've been doing with the ships. I gotta say, it's hard to get any more different from, say, this, than what we were just doing. Literally, I think it was maybe 7:45. No, it was about 8. It's actually a little after 8 when I finished filming this. Like, yeah, that's why we're a wee bit later. But yeah, that's a little bit different type of basing right there, wouldn't you say? Just a slight difference in theme. So Grand Oracle, you were in the stream last night when I was talking about, and Landress knows the one I'm talking about. It's this Kickstarter for printing out essentially a gaming table extension. So you turn any table into like an ultra gaming table with dice rollers and cup holders, and you kind of, it's modular. You put it together, you make it as big as you want or something. And then I started looking at the amount of the print time and the filament amount, and I went, and this is for someone who has printed out hundreds of terrain pieces. I went, nope. And Landra, I asked Landris, I said, did I read that right? That's going to be 10 spools minimum if nothing goes wrong, and at least potentially a month of printing. That is if you print 24 hours a day. And he said, that is not incorrect. Oh, not last night, Saturday, I mean. Sorry about that, Grand Oracle. Yeah, our Saturday stream. What the heck were we painting? Oh, yeah, more of the Trench Crusade. That's right. And again, I printed out more of that last night after the stream. I'm going to be getting that ready to rock and roll. Here's my bigger brush here. We're going to get all the paint, well, a bunch of the paint out of it here. Let's grab this lighter stuff here, which is pure orange. I mean, that's basically it. It's pure orange and nothing else. Ooh. Now, now let's do it. Let's just here get a little bit of our red in there. We have been using a technique not all that different from this to paint our Trench Crusade stuff. Yes, painting the Trench Crusade with the same oils as what we're using here. Let me get this guy here. Hey there, Thranio. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. So Thranio, is it another commuting kind of a Tuesday morning here? I'm guessing. And great to see you, of course. For another Armada Monday. I do believe our next Monday will also do some more of these ships. I think it'll be just about either as many ships as what we're doing here, or maybe a couple of more. One second here. Let me look at that. Now, hopefully, school is at least somewhat interesting today. Hopefully, not too frosty. Oh, and by the way, these are the Forge. I guess these are the actual Forge World Tower again. There was that one other one that I have actually painted before. I haven't seen these other ones, so I wouldn't recognize them from just having painted them before. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Nice to see it. And of course, we now have we got our merch thing going finally. It only took about 4 some odd years to do that, but now we finally have it going. And again, thank you so much to Recoil for helping to create such fabulous graphics that we could use. And Recoil, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat, I don't think you had a chance to do that yet. Please go ahead. And we're only just getting underway as far as putting stuff in the merch thing there. I'm still trying to figure out, especially the stickers. It's a little confusing. It's like, okay, is it a sheet of them where they're all separate ones that they'll cut, or is it just like one giant one? And it makes me think that there's multiple that are cut, but can never be sure. Get the other side of this. Get a little bit of our light there. And a little bit there. And then we'll have the hopefully super contrasty the floral green stuff, but we'll be waiting on that. We're not doing that right away. Again, we're not even 90 minutes in here. So So sorry about that, 3 annual. So sorry about that. So see you later there, AD. And hopefully feeling better soon. And I know it has to feel good to see that at least put together there, because you've been seeing it in pieces. You get kind of used to seeing it in its modular form, don't you? So again, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. I'm also going to try and get myself another reference picture up from my previous Tau ships. I was like, wait a minute, where's that green coming from right now? Tiny bit of it ended up on the brush there, so we'll get rid of that. Not sure how the heck that happened. We'll get rid of this over here. Back to it. Back to it here. Now, actually, let me just try to get the stuff out of here. I'm just cleaning up the, or at least as much of our big old filbert brush as possible here. We're using the Winsor Newton brush cleaner. We are not using thinner. Thinners for thinning the paint. Well, that's good, 3 annual. Now, let me see. Oh, wait a minute. Let me scare up my reference picture here. Let me do this real quick. Yeah. How do we want to do this here? I guess we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. We're just going to have to scroll through it, see if we can find it here. It was one of my first sets of images that I made for some of our chat point rewards. Actually, there's all my original sounds that I'm scrolling through there. Okay, so I guess I already went past it. But nope, that's not them. That's not them. I wish I could just use my. Oh, I see my Necron ships there. Oh well, I guess we're just gonna have to do this the hard way then. Let me see if we can find this. There it is. That's the one. We'll just grab that one. That's good enough. Alright, well, let's see if we can do this little bit of free-handy type stuff here. Might have to get some more of my fast matte white out there, but for right now I'm just going to do this. Get some of our orange into that, and now much more of our yellow. Also, going to use a drop of thinner in there. Come on, get that Indian yellow working. Now, okay, there we go. Now it's also getting pretty light. Here's some more of our Indian yellow, which ironically enough is it's going to make it more kind of a yellowy orange, but it's also going to make that a little more translucent. Let me push some of this stuff out of the way here. I wonder if I thin this down more. I'm going to thin it down more, see what happens. And now we're just going to start to build this up here. Now I had to do this with the acrylics, which means I didn't have the advantage of the paint essentially mixing here. You know, I'm gonna. No, I won't zoom out. Maybe I'll stay at this level of magnification here. And I'm pretty much gonna just stick with these things on the wings. I don't. We'll maybe do a little bit on some of the engine cowlings, but I'll stick again mostly with the wings, I believe, for this design here. I've got at least one video on the Patreon page about making this design here. Of course, if we don't like it, it's easy enough to erase it. Man, oh man, it would have been a whole lot faster to do this with the oils than the acrylics. Especially on the really big, 28 millimeter stuff. So no pre-glaze on this. We just did there was already a dark red primer that I made mixing red ink with the black Stino Res, and then we just dry brushed the Perlene red mixed with a little bit of the, was it the, not Fanchon red, but the Naphthol scarlet, and then eventually some of the Puro orange. So there's been 0 glazes on any of these. Going with the darker primer thing. And Thranduil, there will be pre-glaze on this one though. When you see this vid tomorrow, this one did get it was just gray primer, and we did a much more traditional pre-glaze on that. See if I can carry this up onto here. And this is just not practical. I think we can. And to see, I don't need to mix any darker version of it because it's kind of doing its own thing there. So yeah, for something like this, definitely want to not have to do any sort of pre-glaze stuff. It was, well, as I mentioned in the video there, between the experiments I've been doing, the experiments Ryan's been doing, we have found no doubt about it that the non-pre-glaze method is faster and significantly faster, as in potentially almost double the speed. Because now we've been doing it for a while and we have enough data. Hey there, Wargame Piece, how you doing? So yeah, this is Battlefleet Gothic. These are some actual official Tau ships. So these are the Forge World Tau ships here. This is the one Tau ship that I painted before. And like I said, about 15 or so years ago is when I painted it. Now, it was just more of a standard kind of grayish and bluish color scheme, nothing terribly fancy. Again, here trying to do a basically what was on my Dark Eldar army color scheme. So you could almost think of this as like a Tau camo scheme or something like that, right? Where it's projecting some kind of pattern on itself with some kind of weird nearby stellar formation or something like that. Grand Oracle, we would certainly never do freehand, especially something that's, well, basically smaller than 1/1800th, right? I don't even know what you would call this scale. This is like 1/4000 scale Grand Oracle. So yeah, war game piece. I think it's something that I think they found them on eBay because basically this was an eBay rescue. I think I actually. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's what they were when I got them. And I did the primer stuff over them, and now as you can see, they're going to look a little bit different, and then we're going to have the greenish glow on your engine stuff because well, I haven't done that yet on any of the fleets. And of course, we'll be still be there's more of these that I have to paint. We'll be painting some of these on stream as well. Recoil, I mean, it's just kind of missing a little bit of the black, right? That's about the only thing that will be different, wouldn't you say, recoil? Actually, recoil. There's I forget what. I think it might be from Coco's models, but they looked like Centauri shit. Well, actually, maybe this is what I'm thinking. The croissants here, if they were a little bit less angular, they would basically almost be Centauri ships, wouldn't you say, recoil? So I wasn't that far off. 1/3000th, you say there, Grand Oracle? Well, I just figured, if those 900-foot long carriers are that small and they're 1/1800, these things are supposed to be miles long, right? At least the Imperial ships are. So I thought, well, geez, it has to be close to double the scale of the of our ships. Now there's also a bunch of turrets on here. I'm trying to again let some of that lighter orange mix in there. This is not our lightest stuff yet. We're kind of building up to it. This is again kind of like a middle tone here. And again, this is exactly the way I built this up. Well, uh, not this easy with the acrylics, but this is the approach that I did. Would have been really nice to be able to do something this easy with the acrylics here. I think the other smaller ships might be a little bit easier to get my hand in place. This is a little tricksy here. Man, yeah, you'll see the fade a whole lot easier when we do the little bit of the brighter yellow in there. But we gotta let that have a chance to set first. More of that down. Yeah, let me get a little teensy more thinner into this brush. And let's roll it this way. I'm trying to make sure they're in different locations. And that's where I'm kind of hoping that this looks almost a bit like a projected camouflage or something like that. You know, actually, well, let's see. I think we'll let those be the lighter green, of course. So yeah, Grand Oregon. I'm just assuming that even these little turrets right here, those are probably the equivalent of maybe a 15-inch gun turret. And well, if you scale those to a 1/1800 scale ships, even like the little 20 millimeter Bofors are larger than that. So that makes it interesting. Okay, I already, we'll start it up here. Yeah, we'll start the next pattern up here then. And this is how we did it with the original designs. We kind of did one larger one, then we build a bunch of stuff off of that. Now here, of course, I can just let it mix with what's already there. Kind of the next step, if you want to call it that, would be mixing the Indian yellow with the fast matte white. Alright, we'll get this going here. Little bit of light on these. Might have to stick my hand on that, so. Now there is nothing that says I can't do a little bit of a pin line wash, a darker one after this, so don't be surprised if like an hour or maybe an hour and a half from now or something like that, you see me take something like the Perline red, mix it with either a our violet or maybe even the indigo or something like that, and then just do some isolated panel slash pin line wash type stuff here. But we gotta again give that some time to set first. I want that to kind of crawl over that edge here, like so. I'm fairly certain that our Thursday stream is going to involve some more of a Trench Crusade stuff. I still have to go on to is either my mini factory or Colts 3D where this, I think it's got to be Colts 3D with them with the Saint Charmant. And we'll do a vehicles workshop series on that. It's going to have a bit of an extensive freehand on it, that's for sure. Because the sides of that hole is going to look like the Sistine Chapel. Starting up more of our pattern down here too. Yeah, let's go a little bit larger with that. That piece there. And then build up these smaller ones around it. And I want to have it, I think I want to have it go over the top of this cowling here. Just like so. Get maybe a little bit more of the center into that. No, we'll just go this way. Again, that's going to be we'll probably be doing a little series of our greenish glazes in there. Get down into here and put some of this on there. Like you do. Piece of fuzz on the brush, gotta get rid of that. See if I can work a little bit of the freehand stuff down this way. What do we got going on here? Let's do some more of that, and that's gonna go onto the, yeah, this part of the cowling. This inner portion over here. This is, it really is just kind of a middle tone. It is not very, I know it looks lighter here, but we have mostly mid-tone and dark middle tone oranges out there. I'm actually, I'm going to have this go all the way right up to here. Then we got to do something here on the sides. Now there's finally a place for my hand to rest. That would be handy, as they say. And I might do one of our other kind of mid-sized ships to give this stuff again a chance to set for sure. Hey, there's Surface Tension. How you doing? So Surface Tension, hopefully the new doggo is still doing well. I'm sure everything is still very much a Welsh Grey. Hopefully no more bomb cyclones for you there. And of course, Surface Tension, want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So yes, Surface Tension. I think I sent you a picture of the, especially the one where it is the of Wapilius, and it's got the happy accidents quote there. I could not resist that. That was just too good to pass up. Let me, yeah, we're gonna get a little bit more of that in over here. So of course, Surface Tension, if you want to share anything in the chat like usual, your fabulous oil painted stuff, please go ahead and do that. I had my first chance to play around with weathering powders in a long time. We dropped them on the base there and also on the legs. This is another one of those trench crusade. Oh, we also did it on the crosses too, because super fun there. And that will certainly do it on these guys then. But again, there I want to do the water effect. I guess I'll do the dust first, maybe. So thank you so much, Xbron. Appreciate that. And hopefully Hopefully that answered some of the questions there. Appreciate you being here, and well, hopefully we see you Thursday, Xbron. Well, some folks is Friday, our Thursday here. Well, appreciate you being here. Surface tension, it's got that ultra matte, right? And it's just I was looking at that, going, "Whoa, I like that ultra matte look to it." So well, we'll certainly do it on the Army painting series, no doubt about that. It is ironic. Surface tension. I thought I was going to be painting up, well, the mounted baristas on these streams. So see you later there, Xbron. Yes, the mounted baristas, the most hated cavalry, also most feared, because they just yell out people's names and they throw cups of scalding hot coffee at people. That is their only weapon on the battlefield. So very, very, very dangerous cavalry. So surface tension suggests that you could paint the menu on their shields. Well, actually, surface tension. Uh, I think you could attempt like some even on these trench crusades, right, where they have essentially a scroll attached to the shield. There you go. You attach the menu to the shield, or as a banner. I guess the banner surface tension would just be advertising like a potential 2-for-1 sale or something like that. Probably another banner that says be sure to tip your waiter or your server or whatever. Now, surface tension, it just took minutes to do it. We did 7 of those bases. Yeah, did 7 of them. Because, well, oils. You know what? I will try to do a little bit of that on here. And again, the other thing we can do is we can take the darker stuff and kind of come back in and clean up this design too if it doesn't go exactly the way we wanted. Nothing that says we can't do that. Maybe I will put a little bit of that over here. Obviously, this is the biggest ship we have to do, so there's going to be more of our design here than, say, on some of the other ones. We're working on 7 ships. Less than 2 hours ago, our 7 ships had no paint on nothing on the bases. There certainly was none of this on there, that's for sure. So where is here we go. This one. This one here. And work this up here again a little bit, maybe later on these turrets. There's a reasonable amount of thinner on the brush here. So again, you see we start out with the kind of a larger part of the design, and then we just start to build off of that, and we let the darker paint mix with this. Keep in mind we're going at least 1 step later here, possibly 2. For sure doing at least 1 more step. So everybody please check out that link. That surface tension shared fabulous oil painted goodness. So and now surface tension is this training the new hound? Is that kind of bitten into a little bit of the painting time, or on the Aegeans, or is it still kind of proceeding as planned there? And gotta keep thinning this out. And have our design start working its way, not as a big old circle or something like that, but kind of, again, unevenly. And then it just kind of comes to a halt in some places, continues in others. We're also going to welcome in a JT Stark. JT, how you doing? Everybody please give JT Stark a follow, and of course, happy Tuesday. So JT, let me see, 1 hour 56 minutes ago, we just started painting these guys. We got 7 of them going on here. Here's the largest one, of course. So we did all the bases. Now we're starting to get to the ships themselves. Say, Artsy Jinx, how you doing? So again, here's we got a bunch of these little guys. So here's some of the other ones that we're doing. You can see them piling up there. So those are 5 of the smaller ones, and then we got the 2 larger ones right here. And of course, JT, you want to put something in the chat there? Discord, Instalinks, whatever, please go ahead and do that. And we are looking to match what we did up here. Let me get to my. Of course, these are Dark Eldar right here, but this is the color scheme that we are looking to match. So this is an army that I did way back, 2013. And I like this idea because it is almost, again, like a little bit of camouflage, whatever. And there's the whole army together. Now, of course, we've also been painting lots of other ships here on the stream, like our Necron fleet and such. Thank you so much, T-Cat. Appreciate that.
So say we all.
That's fantastic, Artsy Jinx. Everybody, please also give Artsy Jinx a follow so that Artsy gets some more of those follows. So thank you so much, T-Cat. Appreciate that. Now, these are a little bit different, but here's some of the stuff we've been painting on stream. A whole bunch of these Lord of the Rings themed cats. Ironically enough, this is the only one that I have. All the other kitties are, well, they're off getting up to some other kind of mischief. Now, here was an Armada Monday from during the holidays. So that was, again, we like to do something of a nautical theme. This was one of our very latest 1800 scale ships that we did for our Armada Monday. So that's the Richelieu, because we're getting into the French Navy right here. Put you back over there. And of course, we've been 3 streams, 2 or 3 streams into the Trench Crusade stuff. And our Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams, at least 2 of those 3 streams are going to be more, a little bit more with the Trench Crusade figs. Here's a tutorial vid that I just did. And I had a chance to play with the weathering powders on the base, so that was super fun. All of these done in oil paints. Traditional oil paints right out of the tube, like so. Regular old oil paints. And of course, JT, if there's anything that you want to post in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody also please give Artsy Jinx a follow so that Artsy can get to 100 followers soon enough. And thank you so much, T-Cat. Appreciate that. I'm going to get me more thinner in this. I think that's what we need. Here, let's do this. And I will probably be doing a Patreon video with this color scheme. It's one of our, we call it painting small scale miniatures. So obviously Battlefleet Gothic ships are pretty good for that. So at some point, probably in February or March, I will film that. I think now that we've kind of developed what we want to do with the color scheme on this here, we'll be able to do this on again on a tutorial vid. Since it's also a bit of a rescue, an eBay rescue. I think I actually. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So that's what these all looked like. Oh, a couple of hours ago was this. And as you can see, they look a little bit different now. So Artsy Jinx, yes, these are all the things that you saw. It really makes life easy. Oh, and even on here. So this is another advantage. So these busts are actually printed out on an FDM printer. And do you see any layer lines? Now, yes, it was done at 0.08 layer height, but still only with a 0.4 nozzle. And you can see the terrain here. So again, big advantage because fills in the layer lines, right? And also it's very, very, very rugged. There's no there's no sealer or anything like that on any of the terrain, whether it's small stuff, big stuff, like a Corsair ship. That's just one of our Corsair ships there, or the Corsairs themselves, all done with the same exact oil paints. You don't need very many colors. The colors are going to last you forever, so it's going to be a whole lot cheaper because, again, there is none of this. Oh, I'm going to buy 100 or I don't know, what are these paint sets? 10,000 different colors. Yeah, I think that's like most starter sets have 47,000 colors in them. And then you have to go from there. Here, I never have more than, say, 15, 16 colors on the palette for an entire session period because just not needed. We have we call it, well, now we call it the Big Four. It used to be the Big Three. Now it is the Big Four. We got Gamlin, we got Windsor Newton, we got Richardson, and we've got Williamsburg. So these three, those are about the same when it comes to price and quality. There's going to be differences, not just between brands, but even within a brand because it's oil paint. So there will be differences. These are all about the same when it comes to price, when it comes to quality. This is going to set you back more, but when it says handmade, it is for real. Let me see. Was it some 6 to 15 mil? Actually, Grant Oracle, I still want to do Flames of War scale, like all of those 40K vehicles that I have. Print those out at Flames of War scale. So effectively, it would be, I think Flames of War is 15, right, Grand Oracle? Surface tension, well, we know what you already have. You have the one gray to dominate all the grays. You have Welsh gray. Right, surface tension, if you have Welsh gray, you have literally all of the grays. Because everything is gray. And that's why that's that special Welsh gray. It covers all the grays. So yeah, Grand Oracle, what I'm trying to do is figure out the best way to print out, again, so you got a vehicle, well, like this one here, right? What do I have to reduce this down to get that to be a basically 1/100th scale? And again, that was also painted with the oils. Also, this painted with the oils. This is one of my more recent tutorial videos on the Patreon page. It's actually a 3-part series. And again, the oils were very, very invaluable for doing that one. So surface tension, is it the grayish gray or is it the grayish? Because there's a difference, right? There's a big difference between just grayish gray and grayish gray or grayish light or grayish medium. Again, just carrying this pattern across our hole here. How's about we do this like so? And then we're going to have the greenish glow for engines, whatever things, so that we have a different color glow than the other fleets we have done. JT, I know you probably have some older stuff or maybe other work in progress things, but it doesn't have to be brand new, right? Because maybe folks haven't seen it here. But yeah, you want to post some stuffs in the chat there, please go ahead. Just let folks see what you're doing or what you have been working on. So yeah, surface tension. Again, this is a little bit more variety of gray. But yeah, that's there you go. So this is painting in Wales right here. This is what all Welsh painting is like. Just not quite that colorful, right? Surface tension. It's a more muted palette than that. I know that yeah, that's a little bit too active of a palette there for pure Welsh painting right there, I think. Yeah, just working out more of my pattern here. And I will be again filming at some point in the next week or two. I'll be filming yet another one of our painting small scale videos. You do the Patreon page there. Get ready to get your popcorn ready because you're going to be sitting there for a long time watching the roughly 2,100 hours worth of videos. Yeah, surface tension again. That's not a true representation of Welsh Grey.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
So how you doing there, Camda? Again, well, happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you, Camda. Thank you so much for the follow. Artsy Jinx. This is the weirdest look. Are you into Saruman's Creebane? He's like, dude, I'm not a bird. I'm not a fish either. Well, you do kind of look like a fish. That Gandalf cat, man, he really likes fish. He really reeks of pipeweed. Uh-oh, somebody mentioned pipeweed. Does that mean we're going to get one of these? But anyway, we're going to roll our big old Gandalf 6 right here. See what we... Oh, no, it's a solid roll. He has survived twice tonight on rolls of 3 and 4. Well, Sector X, again, thank you so much. And Sector X was kind enough to take a little dive here onto the merch thing, which we finally did. Well, technically, it's all been today. Yeah, it's all going up there today. And by today, I mean I started putting that stuff up there at maybe 3 in the morning. Still was putting stuff up there at 9, then put some more stuff up there in the afternoon. We are going to be adding a whole bunch more. Especially once I get to figure out what the heck do they do with their stickers. Because if anybody has gotten the Streamlabs stickers, are they basically a sheet of individually cut stickers? The reason why that is significant is because, there we go. So for our Wapelius juggling chainsaws, we've got the keychain here, but it would be nice to have individual flaming chainsaw stickers. But I don't know if they actually die cut those because it's well, I was just gonna make some, put them on the site, buy some, and then I guess find out the hard way. Is that the way they are? So everybody please check out is that Insta link? Yeah, it's a short link. Must be an Insta link there that JT Stark just posted, and then give JT Stark a follow once you're done with that. So thanks for the raid, JT. I know you might have to be heading out relatively soon there, since it's on the later side. I'm gonna continue my design up in here, I think. Yeah, and then also on the cowling here. So Camda, if you're on the YouTube channel, you can type in cave troll in the search. You could also, I think, type in Diwali. That might also show up because that's the folks that actually made that one. Again, the Patreon page, well, obviously that's going to have all the latest, literally up to the minute, right? Again, just like this video that's going up tomorrow. So there was some new stuff we did with the weathering powders there, and it also shows how we did, speaking of weathering, and also a little bit of freehand there. And that was kind of going back to the pre-glaze approach, whereas the stuff we did on stream, like this one here, that was using the darker primer approach. Yep, JT, that is the plan. That is the only plan. To be in the building. I don't know, obviously, at Fort Wapple, but I do. We are trying to get me in the building at least. That's the main goal, is to be in the building. It's a big building. All right, JT, it's going to be about 5 times, almost 5 times the size of the building where Adepticon has been. So yeah, you better get your GPS going for Adepticon now. All right, let me put that aside. I'm going to try this guy here. Now, so at Camda, the most recent videos that are on the YouTube channel, they're going to be Twitch sessions. So you could, again, all of the Twitch sessions here, they're all saved as highlights. So you could just go back and watch some of the Twitch sessions. But as far as new, say, recorded videos, those are all going to be the Patreon vids. Now, Artsy, I get, are you doing, well, obviously, there's your golden demons, there's your resin brush. I know there is, I still think they're not actually doing, for whatever reason, they're not doing any Shatterpoint figs for that content. It's only the MCP stuff. That'd be fabulous there, JT. And it's definitely going to be a mega-sized Fort Wapple, JT, and it should be, well, there's going to be a lot of natural light because it's virtually up against the windows. So it is not the cupboard under the escalators anymore. So yeah, Camda, obviously we're covering everything, right? There's the object source lighting, there's tons of freehand, there's whether it's a really more of a bright palette, a more muted palette, it's all done here on the channel. So I do believe these are the old Forge World Tau ships. I think I have one of this. Yeah. And again, this is what they were like when I got them. And there was obviously there was no nothing on the base here. We did that on the stream here. Oh yeah, 2 hours and 14 minutes ago, none of these had any paint on them. There was no freehand on the ships. There was nothing on the bases. Actually, as of just a matter of hours ago, there were no ships. They weren't on bases. There was no primer on them. It's let's see, it's 1:36 now. Let's see, you go back about 4.5, maybe, yeah, not even 5 hours. These didn't even exist. There was nothing. They were just all in a box. Like the Weeping Angel says, oh geez, that's the thing we got to make a sticker of. Holy smokies! Yeah, we got no. Well, we also have to do the hype train too. Yes, we got to do the hype train, but we got to have Weeping Angel merch for sure. Ah, geez, recoil. Oh, you know what? uh, the Valfira went to sleep, but yeah, if you could remind me to go into the AI and just see if I can, Weeping Angel as gingerbread cookie. I, I, do I even want to know what kind of result that's going to give me? Recoil. And obviously it would say don't blink, right? In some kind of text form. Oh, yeah, that's got to happen. That has got to happen. I knew there was a whole theme that I was just forgetting. So, yeah, Artsy Jinx, I'll be doing a tutorial video. I have a whole series on painting small scale. And again, whether it's something like our Necron ships or whether it's something like our 1/1800 scale ships where we do the water effects and everything else. Kind of showing that whole process start to finish. And again, it's all done with the oil paints. Nope, nope. I'm going to get a little bit of refresh that here. And then keep in mind, we will be doing the much lighter yellows like you see in the reference pictures, but I need to make sure that has a chance to set, and that's why we're doing this here. We're going from one ship to the next. This is ship number 3. Obviously, our smaller ships are going to go a whole bunch faster than these big guys. Now, the Necron ships, those were 3D printed. These, again, are the old Forge World Tau ships here. We have many more of our Battlefleet Gothic ships to go. Other fleets. And there are also other sculpts being designed. Those will be printable. Now I do have, I forgot that I actually have at least 3 or 4 of my Kriegsmarine ships printed up. So we, depending on what gets prepped, we'll either be doing those on our next Armada Monday or some more of these guys. Kind of depends on how many I do in the tutorial vid. It would probably just be one big one and a couple of small ones. Yeah, let me go back over here on these cowlings. Down into here. It's a little tough to reach in there, but see if we can make that happen. So yeah, and instead of trying to fight with what was originally there, I mixed up my darker red primer and then just kind of primed over the top of that. What was underneath kind of showed through a little bit. Kind of tinted this, which is fun. I think I actually do. I might even have another video. This is from years ago, where again it was another eBay rescue kind of a thing. No, it was where somebody completely botched a paint job or something like that, and I had to go in there and fix them all up. Also, take them off the base and put them on new bases. Oh yeah, that's right. The whole classic Tau hammerhead design here. Where are we at? So 2 hours, 20 minutes ago, there was no paint on these guys. I think we did the bases in, oh, I don't know, maybe 40 minutes. Not even that much, probably 35-ish minutes. All right, let's get you off to the side. And we're getting smaller and smaller and smaller here. Crazy to think that Streamiversary not that far away. April 13th, that'll be year number 5. We want to appreciate all the folks that have literally been here from day one. Of course, the bestest moderator on Twitch is Armored Wolf. Valfera Grant, Oracle Landrast, all the folks that have been here for years and years and years. Scary. Thanks, Artsy. Appreciate that. And well, I don't know if it'll be in time for, probably not in time for this particular Streamiversary, but we will have a new Wapelius to paint. But we'll probably be doing Wapelius Spellbrush once again every year on a Streamiversary. We paint one. Now it's either that one or we have, of course, the original Artisan Guild version that we did. It's sort of like the whole painting of Dorian Gray. Every year we paint one of those, and that prevents aging. So as long as we keep painting those for the next several thousand years, we'll be good. Oh, geez, thanks, Surface Tension. Boy, that did capture it. Now, did you have to do a lot of different parameters there, surface tension, or did it kind of work itself out relatively easy? Or, as Recoil put it, is it one where you had to literally yank it out of it? Let me get a little more over here. There we go. So Thranuel says that they got a lizard man invasion. What's interesting is the frosting, like the powdered sugar around its surface tension. That really puts me in mind of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears that Recoil made. The thing is surface tension. It's like, how can you do one where it's the eyes are open, like wide open? Because it's kind of an opposite thing, right? So yeah, how do you do one of those with the eyes open when you're saying weeping angels, because it wants to cover their eyes, right? Now, surface tension, is there a paid version of it where I can, well, because the idea is that what if I put pictures of myself or my stuff in there and say, okay, go from these parameters, or is there no such thing? Because obviously I was talking about the one where the AI video thing, which will clone your voice, but that's $42 a month. I wasn't sure if there's a paid version of the AI image generator where you can, well, use images of yourself or like your miniatures or whatever. It would be fantastic if there was. I just don't know if there is such a thing. Now here again, we won't be able to do a whole bunch with our design. Now, when I did the Dark Eldar, this pattern was even on the infantry. So it went from everything from that big razor wing or whatever that was all the way down to the infantry. So if you subscribe to it. Now, I guess I'll just subscribe to the Bing since I use that. The other thing that popped up was taking the image that you generate and then adding text to it and other stuff that I didn't realize was there, where you can kind of manipulate it further, but it doesn't seem to be terribly flexible. So again, just trying to work in a little bit of our texture here. It'll be easier to see when we do the lighter bits of it. So again, just I think we got one more of these little guys. Where's my blending brush here? Fine, I'll just use you. And I'm guessing there's probably a little bit of a variety. And well, if you want these features, it'll be this much. The full panoply of features is going to be the big price. I'm going to try and get some of my design onto this cowling here. Is this mount? This is the last one of the small ones. Then I'm going to start getting into the lighter stuff on the bigger ships. Then I've got to get start working on our greenish glow with the engines and other weapons or whatever else areas where we need that lighter greenish glow. I got the floral green already out on the palette there, just waiting for that time. Oh no, there's still one more after this. Okay. Well, surface tension, I guess I will wait on the in-video AI then. Maybe, it's not like I can really do anything with that right now. Who knows, maybe by April, instead of $40 a month, maybe it'll be down to 30 or maybe 25 or something. One can hope. Let me get to that last one. Where you hiding? Let me get a little bit of the later orange there. Man, this is gonna, as light as this might seem right now, it will seem pretty dark when we get our actual light oranges, yellows into this freehand stuff here. And And again, the base underneath there, it took no time at all. You can see that it's nowhere near as shiny as it was. Right when we were first working on it, it was kind of as shiny as our little ship is right now. Again, the oils, they are not dry, but they are starting to set. I have been using the alkyd based paints on these. Working our design out this way here. Letting that just fade away into the color that's already there. Now we'll do this other wing, and then we'll get into our much lighter stuff. So Camda, they are interchangeable. I don't use them any different, just except this was proven in a couple of the tutorial videos. They are not going to have the staining value, even if it's technically a staining color like a dioxazine violet or something like that. It will not have a staining effect. So we only use those when we're doing the darker primer stuff, or again, we don't use them for pre-glaze. What's interesting is that, especially if you get the Griffin alkyds from Winsor Newton, those are really, really, really much less expensive. Whereas the CAS version, man, they're like the Williamsburg of alkyds. These are super, super pricey. So see you later there, surface tension. Have a good walk in the gray with the hound. Ah, see what I did there, surface tension? You don't, again, you don't get that kind of wordcraft on just any stream. You only get that here. One thing it's too bad I didn't see, I don't think they have poker chips as part of the merch thing. I don't think they have the poker chips, sadly. And yeah, I have a new batch of those that I just had made. Not sure when those are going to show up. Wow, this is definitely lighter here. Holy smokies. Let me see what this here is going to look like. No, I need my reference picture. One sec. There we go. There's my reference picture. Uh, Let me see. I first did this scheme back in 2013. I may have filmed a tutorial video on it back in 2015 or something. Or no, not even. Yeah, it was probably 2014. So it's only been about 11 years since I last painted this scheme. Yeah, just a few years ago. So again, you can see how that really changes this up here. So again, it's now the only reason why, whoop, that's not the right container. We've done videos experimenting with the alkyd medium, which it does work. It does do what it's supposed to, but it just creates a massive, massive shininess to it. And that is no good for streaming or for tutorial videos because people have to be able to see what you're doing. So regular folks who are not streaming and recording everything, they could use those alkyds with no problem and not have to worry about that. Or the alkyd medium, that is. Again, for me, that is just not a viable thing. Because the shine on camera really does not work. The alkyd paints just don't have that shine. Now here, I can't thin this down too much. Again, it's a careful balance here. Now again, if we're just doing like we're doing here, and we do a glaze with the alkyds. Well, it's just like doing a glaze of regular quinacridone magenta, which has zero staining properties in its any form. But if we're doing the darker primer stuff first, it doesn't matter because we're not going to be wiping any of it away. So it can have zero staining properties and not make a darn bit of difference. And here, what is it? See that little bit extra light that we add to the pattern? All of a sudden, you can see what the heck the pattern looks like here. Right? It was almost kind of gone there before. So TCAT, we definitely, well, as much as I like our kind of Book of Wapple image, we gotta get stuff like this. And of course, we've mentioned this on stream more than once. I've seen people totally, absolutely paralyzed. They can't even pick colors. It's like just pick a few and just start, or pick one color, right? Pick a light color and a dark color. Now, of course, this, you would think that didn't really apply to the bases, but it kind of did, right? Because we did let the purple and the blue and the magenta all mix together. So that is still what we mean when we see if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. And that is chapter 1 of the Book of Wapple. And of course, contrast is most definitely more than just light versus dark. Because even here, when we do this, not only do you lose all the interesting stuff on your base, I mean, you still have but look at that. I mean, that doesn't stand out very much, does it? When we bring back that color, you have a temperature change, you have a saturation change. Look at that. Right? And of course, we can even turn off object source lighting like that. Now we just look at it's just a shaded horse because there's no cooler, ginger grays, there's no intense, warm oranges. So that is where the contrast comes from. And again, it's more than just light versus dark. So thank you so much, TCAT. Appreciate that. And again, you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. So what are we at? We're still only 2.5 hours in here. I think hour 3, that's where we're going to start getting into and we haven't even added all the glowing green stuff on here. I think what that's going to do. So see you later there, Arid. Have yourself a good night. And of course, Arid, if you want to share anything in the chat one more time before you head off to bed. And of course, Arid, you'll be streaming again on your normal Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time, I believe. Again, everybody, please give Arid a Canwave a follow. Fabulous jewelry. Yeah, go check that out. A whole bunch of little teensy turrets on there. Here, let me get this going with some of the lighter yellow, not all across the entire pattern, just parts of it. Just parts of it like that. So everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared. Give Arid a follow, and good night there, Arid. I'm glad that the meds are actually doing something, though. That's fantastic. Fine, we'll get a little something later on those guys. Now over here. Yeah, this is that lighter yellow. Pretty simple Indian yellow mixed with the vast matte white. And then we gotta not go too far out with that because we want this to want that to fade in and out, right? I want it to fade in and out. Now here I might see if I can. Yep, I'm going to give that a little bit of an assist with the blending brush right there. And the other thing is, see, if something went a little too on the wonkish side, we can take this. We can take some of this. Might still be a little too dark. Let me try this. Bingo. And this is, I actually do this in the tutorial video on this, even from years ago. So you can see we kind of, that was looking a little dicey in there. We just cleaned that up, and we can do that all across all of these things. And sometimes it's actually the easier approach. It's also a similar approach that we do for painting, say, lava on a base like that. Oh, yeah, is it really all that different? Not so much. So we try to have as everything be as utilitarian as possible. We can use it in multiple ways. Of course, that's why I like the oils so much, because again, very utilitarian. Especially say on printing resin or whatever. I mean, you can essentially just paint the oils directly on that. You almost don't even need to prime them. That's how much grip the oils have compared to your typical acrylic paints. I mean, I found that out because I was either in the middle of a video or a stream, and I went, well, there's no primer on that. I'm just gonna have to paint on it with no primer because I didn't see that area had no primer until I went to paint it. There we are. And TK, boy, those uh, I'm so tempted to get the Galeri version of the that digital compressor, which is really, really handy. The one that we had at Gen Con. That thing is really amazing. It is so quiet. Let's put it this way. You could have that out on the table at Adepticon, and I think the only way people would know you had an airbrush is the whooshing sound of the airbrush. They would not hear the compressor whatsoever. Which is kind of crazy, right, TCAT? That literally the airbrush is louder than the compressor. And I mean like at the highest the highest setting. The airbrush itself is still noisier. Back here again to get some of the lighter yellows. Oh, did we do that? We sort of did something on that cowling here. It's basically the exact same device, TCAT. It just looks, it's more of a grayish type case, and it seems a little bit snazzier. The other one is very, very plain. This one again is it just it looks a little snazzier. The airbrush that comes with it, I'm sure it's probably almost the exact same type of thing as what comes with the one that I got. I did message the Galeri folks about it. I have not actually heard back from them. I even sent them, pictures of stuff we did, told them about the videos. I have not heard anything back. Up here on the top of this little, whatever this is. Get some of our lighter yellow there. Yeah, look at what my hand is on this brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule, right? We need to be able to have a gentle brush stroke here. No death grip on the brush. The like the pressure indicator, instead of just being little circles, it's a little bit more elaborate as far as, kind of indicating what pressure you have, probably. And I do believe that Recoil has that compressor, and Recoil has said it works very, very well. I mean, Recoil is head of marketing here and chief advertising designer, so we trust what Recoil says. Look at the difference, huh? Look at that difference. See, there's Recoil can confirm that it's very goodly. And yours was kind of silver, right? Right, Recoil. At least the Galeri version of that I saw. Now, of course, obviously, currency is different, but I think it's at 80 right now. Too bad there's no Black Friday sales imminent, which would be really fun. Maybe I'll just leave it in the cart until Black Friday. It's not that far away. It's only like, I don't know, 11 months, no, 10 months away, yeah. What ticket? I know I joke about it a lot, but I have quite literally seen this kind of a grip on the brushes before. Yep, silver top. Okay, that sounds like the one. And the indicator, they're actually indicator bars, I think, if I remember right. So TCAT not going full on cage match with the brushes just yet. So these are pieces that we're doing. Like somebody that I've known a really, really long time, probably since they were 9 years old, that they're running Battlefleet Gothic stuff at Adepticon. So it's a bit of a commission, but also just trying to help them out. Now, it's 7 settings, right? Recoil. Again, ironically enough, I did not have a chance to look at it very closely because, well, the one I have, I'm pretty sure is 7 settings. I think actually Valfera has that one. So again, working out it, you can see the difference between the two wings there. I might even still get a little, maybe a touch later, after I do all of the lighter green stuff. Though, let's do the green glow first. Yeah, TK. I mean, people would say, "But I'm so tired after painting." It's like, yeah, that's because you're trying to you literally pulverize the brush into sawdust with your hand. No wonder you're tired and sore after a painting session. Holy smokies! I'm gonna lighten you up in here. Like this. Again, matching what we did on the other wing. Okay, it's a little too light. I'm just going to take my blending brush and we're just going to do a little tap, tap, tap. At Camden, there's a whole bunch of folks, fellow people in the industry here that do a lot of the digital sculpting, and that's why a lot of the Lord of the Rings stuff, trying to help out sculptors that, well, they're just an army of one, just like me here, so try to give them a hand by painting their stuff as much as possible, like, well, like Lee and all the 1/1800 scale ships. Yeah, trying to work in a little bit of that lighter yellowish, which it really makes this stuff look much darker, right? This looked very light at first when we were first doing these, and now they really start to recede towards the background. So yeah, it can be very difficult for them to try and live stream their sculpting. Nothing like painting their sculpts on the stream so people get to see what they look like, and painted hundreds and hundreds of figures from sculptors on the stream here. We have some armies that are composed of figures sculpted by maybe 4 or 5 different sculptors. Let's get to this guy now. I think there's maybe 3 each of these mid-size. I think there's 2 of the really big ships. Maybe. I don't know. There might only be the one. Oh, there's a some kind of almost like a starbase or something. Yeah, there's one of those. Get this on here. Oh yeah, let's get to our, have that design kind of disappear like it does. Oh, thanks. I got. I definitely have to change that sound, T-Cat. Thanks, T-Cat. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So let's see. Actually, Lynn at about, I want to say about 5:30 this morning. T-Cat. I just sent Lynn a message saying, "Hey, does this work? Like, as in, when you click on this link, does something happen?" The next thing you know, I'm getting like this alert. I'm like, "What the heck is that?" Because obviously it was all brand new. And then, well, actually, Sectorix, I think, and Valfira also got stuff. So thank you so much, T-Cat. Appreciate that. T-Cat, Lynn really surprised me getting one of the floppy hats. I don't know if you heard me earlier in the stream saying that, and I told this to Kathy's mom. I just said, look, I put that in there as a joke. I just thought, oh yeah, here, like one of those floppy hats. Let's do that. And that was one of the things that Lynn got, and I was like, oh, that makes me think I gotta, you know, have some fun, different stuff. So thank you so much, T-Cat. Appreciate that. We need a little sip of our medicine again. Anyway, thank you so much. I figure I'll either tomorrow or the next day, when I make sure I have everything filled out, that I'll try to have a little bit of a announcement or something. Back to our later yellows here. Now, T-Kit, I definitely have to see what I can make for the Weeping Angel merch. If our Weeping Angel cookie was in a little bit better shape, we could use that, but it's a little bit too beat up. Also, oh, I want to get the hype train thing. That's right. Yes, we want to have our hype train cookie, or well, I also have a hype train graphic. I wasn't quite sure how what the bomber jackets might look like, and then oh, there was also the sweatpants. I'm like, what the heck? What do we put on sweatpants aside from lots of paint? Yeah, a bunch of paint splotches. There you go. Yes, you would have pre-splotched sweatpants. So that way, if you got paint on them, you would not get in trouble because they already have the paint splotched on there. Actually, TCAT, what would really be fun is if the whole design went like right down the leg, and you could have a whole pattern of flaming chainsaws going right down the leg of the sweatpants there. So yeah, we'll see what we can do flaming chainsaw wise as just individual flaming chainsaws, because of course there was so many clothing items. TCAT, I'm looking at, I'm like, that I just did not expect. There were there were the ones that you would definitely normally expect to see, and then I went, wait a minute, what is this? Now here over on this is where I might actually go back in with the darker stuff and maybe do a little bit of a change on some of what's here. I also need to get a little bit of just regular light on this. So yeah, TCAT, if I come up with some kind of hilarious, super hilarious thing, I'll say, hey, look at what it just let me do here. Yeah, they will definitely come back with their darker stuff and mess with that. Now, this is another area where I would probably want to use it. Yeah, we're gonna definitely do it over here. Man, let me get a little bit more of our lighter stuff on this. Yeah, I'll be really curious to see what that looks like. There was I wasn't quite sure what the wine tumbler was, but what was the one? Oh, it was the like the one that you put in your vehicle, right? It's supposed to. I don't know if it's like a thermos type thing, but that was extra tall. Now I have to look and see what those because you don't really get to zoom in. At least I didn't get to zoom in very much on it. I think these are supposed to be probably some kind of gun ports here, or something like that. So we'll just treat those as such. All right, now let me get back to this darker mix that we made. Set from one of our other ships here. Let me just take this and see, we're just able to clean that up now. It's a little more refined right there. Oh, the travel mug, that's it. I might have to have one of those for Adepticon, TCAT. Actually, now that all kidding aside, I might have to get one of those for Adepticon. Well, or Gen Con, and or. And that kind of makes sense. What else are we going to carry our medicine in, right, TCAT? Medicine, you got to be careful with medicine. You can't just be carrying it around in any old container. Yes, medicine is going to be a very key part of our survival at Adepticon. We better make sure we have plenty of it and easy access to it. Okay, now let me get down to move all our little tiny ships over into the corner there, and here's another one that will go back to our lighter stuff there. TCAT, yeah, I've seen it happen a few times. I wonder if it even happened to me once, but I've seen it happen a few times. It's really no idea why. It sure doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I really wish it would do this sound right here. And I think this is the one. Like I can press on it and make it go, but it will not. It won't fire up for when, because that's the sound that's supposed to happen. Obviously, that's not the sound we hear. No idea why. And they all came from the same source too. So it's not like, okay, well, maybe that was a different type of file or whatever. It's all from the same exact place. So much easier to see that now with our later colors. We'll do the other wing here. And again, we're just now at hour 3. We just reached 3 hours. And we're kind of really working our way through our freehand stuff, which means then our next big major thing to do is to get all of our glowy green stuff on here. Obviously, we'll start over here with the engine stuff, but then there are some other areas on these that could potentially also have some glow. Maybe just some of these little lights here. I mean, you can see on our cross zone there, right? Some of those lights were more of the magenta. Alrighty, let's do this. And there, and again, we have to make sure we don't extend this out too far. Because we want that to just, again, disappear like it is some sort of a cloaking thing or whatever. Because I do believe that's sort of a towel, what, the crisis suits or something like that. They have some sort of cloaking whatever. I don't know. I'm just speculating that something that they have. Get these going back here. Now, thanks, TCAT. Like I said, I might just go with the ornament format to do the spacescapes, because now I don't have to worry. Is it horizontal? Is it vertical? Whatever. Although I think I still might try to do a couple of paintings there to take to Adepticon. So we might get actually back to our flat Thursdays real quick for maybe in March or something. I don't know. It depends. That might be a little too much of our lighter yellow there. So let's grab ourselves a blending brush. Maybe we'll use this thing here. So okay, so Art sees that there is kind of a thing like that with the towel. Alright, so there's the first of our little guys. Next one up. So yeah, I see an opportunity for, even on these little guys here, to have some of the kind of the glowing green happening. which would give that a nice little bit of definition. Gotta get that to go over the top of this. Balancing the amount of thinner that we've got in this, because now these were done a while ago, long enough that the paint's had a chance to set. Again, the paint is not dry. Think of it like either bread in the proving drawer, or you're going to do some pottery or whatever. You don't take your clay, make a pot, and shove it in the kiln immediately. You let that potentially dry overnight or over a few days so that it doesn't explode in the kiln, which would result in some sad face. This is the last of our little guys, and then, like I said, we'll get into our. I think the first thing I'll do is just mix up the floral green and the phthalo green together, and we'll drop those down into these recesses. While that sets, we're going to do some of the light, little dots and whatever lights we think would be happening. And then by the time we're done with that, our glaze stuff that we did, that we dropped in there, that should be set enough for us to be able to paint into again. And probably drop in another much lighter glaze, similar to how we do our object source lighting here. So let me grab this here so you can see it right there, right? All of the lightest stuff in there, all that was just, again, that was dropped in there with just some glazes. Blades is still here. Again, Blades, really sorry about the table thing. That just is pretty nuts. So sorry, that was quite the mess to clean up when you got back to the house there. So here, if I do this, if I keep brushing in it, what that lets me do is, see, it actually lets me blend those together. Now, all right, that's enough of that. We're gonna get the little guys over there. Let's get our big guy out here. Also need to grab one of my, here we go. So this is one of our retired frontline brushes here. We will mix the floral green, some of our phthalo green together. I'm just going to get my drop of thinner over there. That just is a whole bunch easier. There we go. Now we can break that down into a bit of a glaze. Well, look at that. It's super transparent. We basically have two really transparent colors together. If I mix some of the radiant green in there, that would change things around a bit. Now, let me see. I think this might just be about the consistency. Yep. I don't know, maybe a little thinner than that. Because I want that just to fill all that in. Now, maybe not quite so thin. So we're going to actually reverse that a little. There. The important thing is to get that all filled in. And we'll do this on all of the engine count. Okay, there is on the bottom here too. Got those. here. I wonder. Yeah, we're gonna do that different. Let me just get back to my. There we go. Keep hitting that light with my finger there. Well, I know we need to do that back here. And then we'll do a lighter green there. Ah, these things here, that's right. I knew there was something. Trying to get that jam down. I might just have to here. I might have to just use this brush. Didn't want to, but I think we just gotta do it. Yep, a lot easier. And I'm pretty sure there's something just like this on the larger ship too that I forgot. Yeah, basically I didn't even look at these really. Nothing like, again, we've done this before, right? Just coming up with a color scheme on stream for something that I haven't seen before, because what could possibly go wrong? What could possibly ever go wrong doing that? So yeah, these start, oh yeah, that already makes a big difference there. Just doing this much. On these here. Just gonna let that flow where it's gonna flow in there. Doing its thing. Bringing some of that into here. Now, okay, we did those engine ports. We gotta do these guys here. Not that. Look, it's like we have an eraser. Down in here you go. So I got the primer, all that was. The black Steiner res. And then some red liquid text ink. Actually, I think it was the green stuff world ink, but basically some red ink, kind of a medium darker red ink. And I knew that was going to make it somewhat more translucent. I didn't care because, well, here, let me break this out real quick. So, yeah, that's what they originally looked like. Again, this weird kind of candy coating, and then just this light blue stuff. They look a little bit different now, doesn't it? Thanks, T-Cat. Ooh, wait a minute. Where's just to make sure. Let's see. We got these. No, no, we won't do that. I will do this though, just for the heck of it. I'm gonna do that and that. Again, this is all wet paint here, so it's kind of like a pin line wash that's sitting on top of this here. It's kind of a delicate maneuver there. And just think of how much lighter this is going to get. You can see the radiant green sitting next to it, and it's going to be lighter than that ultimately. We're just trying to get the initial color of that in here. Now, yeah, these guys. There. Nothing, nothing says contrast like a little fluorescent green versus an orangey red. Just throwing that out there. Again, since this is already white down in here, I mean, why not just utilize that? Tack this super translucent green down into that. Let it do the work. I mean, if it's essentially an eBay rescue, why don't we use that again in our favor instead of having a fight with it? Hey there, Three Geese, how you doing? So Orty Jinx, that's what I love so much about the oils, is that they are so rugged. I do not bother with that at all. I might, yeah, again, if it's got a little bit of a shininess to it, I'll use that Army Painter Anti-Shine that you saw earlier. And you just brush this out. Just take the same brushes I'm using now and just brush it on very, very delicately. So Three Geese, nice to see ya. I hope that your Tuesday morning treats you well. Hopefully your Monday treated you well. I'm glad that worked out, Three Geese. That's fantastic. And then again, we're gonna get some of our radiant green and the floral green mixed together, and then we're really gonna be doing some of the light glowy things. Right now, we're just doing some precursor stuff to that. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to that Patreon page. Well, among these several orders of business to do after the stream, one of them is to get this video edited and rendered and up on the Patreon page for tomorrow. This is one of those Trench Crusade miniatures, and painted all this in one session. So we'll be again posting that to the Patreon page. You do that Army Painter pledge. Well, again, get comfortable because there's over 2,000 hours worth of videos to watch. Yep, you better have a very comfy place to be watching those. Might want to have a little bit of a snack too while you're doing it. Or maybe like 25 years worth of rations, because I do believe if we did a calculation, this was a while ago, before it was even 2,000 hours, it would take you something like 80 something and a half days or 86 and a half days if you just watched him 24 hours a day without even a bathroom break. So again, you'll be busy, it'll take a while. So to this, to whatever little greenish things we can put on here, let's try radiant green. Come on, get over there. And some of our floral green here. Let's mix those up. Ah, there we are. Now that's a whole bunch lighter. Not going to go in here because you can see that's all still pretty wet there. But there is this sneaky cheeky little thing up here that we're going to get. So Grand Oracle says that, yeah, that 2K you're talking about, that is about the same as a year's worth of full-time employment. So just, again, think of all that and the fact that there's about 20 hours of new videos every month. I'm not sure how many streaming services are out there that furnish you with thousands of hours of endless content for that kind of a price point. Thinking there's not a lot. wait a minute. That's over here. So I'm thinking stuff like these. Maybe get some of our lighter green. And it's got a little bit of that fluorescent green in there. Yeah, we're going to do a bunch of these guys here. Where's the other one? There they are. Not sure what they're supposed to be, but we're going to make them glowy. This is definitely a thicker paint. So we went from doing a kind of a pinline wash to something that is now a whole bunch thicker. And these we might actually do a little bit of our greenish glaze over the top of these too. I remember doing that on the Necron stuff, and that was kind of nifty. Again, caress the brush, do not crush the brush. Makes it way easier to do something like this. Hit this other one here. Wow, there we go. Do those. Then there's these right here. Some of our greenish stuff on those. I'm going to do some of my later green on these little guys down here. Nope, nope, nope. Gotta get maybe a little more thinner into that. Yep, there you go. Thin sticks to thick and vice versa. Sometimes you just gotta go thinner, sometimes you gotta go the other way around. Gotta make it a little thicker. Now we're going to try and get a little bit of the lighter green into this here. No, let me just try this. There we go. Even thicker. Okay. Now there, see that's starting to get a little bit less shine. Oh, look at this. See? Way less shiny there too. Don't be hasty little hobbitses. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, well, let's go back to our sort of greenish glaze type thing here then. Where's my thinner? Let's put that back out there because these things didn't see that. No big deal. Just mix this up here. And let it do its glazy things down in those recesses. Also here. Because we got the, well, here, let me hit those. Got those. Now let's go back to doing these little round things here. Those aren't turrets on the ends of the wings here. Yeah. Also green, not the yellow there. Turrets. Ah, these two guys. We're gonna get these squares later here. There's these two guys. See how I'm laying this brush on its side? It goes from a liner brush to almost more like a filbert brush. Come on, there we are. No, I need a little more on this. A little more on this brush here. Boom, there we are. All of a sudden, that red, doesn't that get a whole lot darker? Right, by having that much lighter green next to it. Oh, by the way, there is a new YouTube vid. That is the Gimli cat. Again, I took about 2 hours or so off of the painting time. So that's one of our Lord of the Rings kitties. That I think we have Gandalf now and Gimli up on the YouTube channel. And oh, and again, these miniature holders here. These are from I almost said from Trench Crusade. No, these are from Battlecraft Supplies, and you can get them from their Etsy page. They are 3D printed, but they're not selling the files. They're selling the actual physical mechanisms here. And there's a few different configurations, different sizes. Very, very flexible. You can do a lot of different stuff with them. And all the years I've been painting miniatures, I never once used miniature holders, so these just seemed way more effective. So there we go, getting some of our lighter, lighter greenish glow in there. Ah, okay, I never did the. Well, okay, here I'm gonna just take this stuff. We'll see if we can break this down. In you go. Nope, not down there. In there. Okay. Lean you over on this side. And we'll be doing the same thing on the bigger ships that have even more of that. Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw this, but apparently there's a Hearts of Iron Kickstarter, but it's a board game. And it's got, well, if you get one of the versions, there's, I think, about 150 some odd miniatures. And let's put it this way, it's kind of like grown up Axis and Allies. I mean, in the miniatures themselves, they look the French planes, it's a Dewa team. There's a Char B1 for the tank. The infantry looks like French infantry. The Italian planes, it's a Fogalore, and they have the P, was it though, the P41 or let's see, the M1341 for their tank. Obviously, you got a T-34 and such. But what I was thinking is that well, we could paint those miniatures, talk about painting small scale, kind of like painting the War of the Ring game pieces. And it would be interesting to maybe do a little live stream of that. Enganes, whew, that the shipping stuff can really get you right. Now, like there's different add-ons to this. Some of the stretch goals is obviously adding the Spanish Civil War. You can also add Sweden. So, because obviously there's a lot of political stuff in it, right? It's trading agreements, influence, all that kind of stuff. Now, here's the error. I was like, there's some little do thing is I wanted to make this lighter green here. Now I might might have to run and get myself some more medicine as the voice shows. Effectively, let's see, we've been streaming for 3 hours 30 minutes, but tack on a 1 hour phone call to Kathy's mom and 2 hours of video recording. So we're actually more like 7 hours or so. So that's why the voice is getting a little dodgy there. Here the darker green is now set, which means I can just, oh yeah, do that. Yeah, these things become green. I'm actually going to, maybe we won't mess with those. So blades, I guess, yeah, speaking of Cooper, I don't know if that really, if that freaked him out there, because I must have made a little bit of a bang when that happened. Yeah, that must have made quite the sound. And I know that Cooper can, he's not, I don't imagine him a fan of loud sounds. Did I do, okay, yeah, we're gonna get this one lighter and that, oops. Then these. That's gonna be later. That's gonna be later. One more of these little guys to do. I just to visualize him where he's like, you come in and he's like, I did not do that. I did not do that. That was not me. I did not do that. And just for whatever reason, that's just kind of popped into my head there. The visualization of Cooper trying to say, "Hey, look, that weren't me. I didn't do that." It was that cat that lives next door. Again, I want to in a little bit here. Grab me some more medicine, so it'll be a little bit easier to talk. There's that lighter green there. Now, what's the status of our lighter green on our other, on our big guys over here? Because we're very easily able to put the lighter green in there, but what about, it's getting there. Yeah, I think we can do this one. Kind of have one swipe at it, and then we've got to come back and refresh that brush. We do it again, one swipe at it. And we'll see what happens with our biggest one. I don't know if that is, and again, this is technically maybe I could still give this another 5-ish or so minutes. But if the paint is thick enough, we already know what the consistency of the paint underneath there is. It's about as thin as you could possibly get being a pinline wash. And this other stuff, we'll have to let that just set for a second. And as light as this is, it's most definitely not our lightest green. In you go. We press a little bit harder to spread that brush out, and we don't do another brush stroke. We go back and we refresh the brush first, then do that again. Down we go. Nope, see, gotta refresh that brush again. We have these guys down here that we never really did anything with, which are a chewed up mess, that's for sure. Big old, must have been some of the resin gates and vents attached to that, and not exactly removed very carefully. Mostly removed by just breaking it. A little bit more. There we go, of our light there. And here. Let's do this now. Alright, we got that settled. There's another one of these discs that I forgot to, there it is. Oh, guess, yep, I forgot this here. Scare up some more of, oh, I gotta do the stuff on top there. Never did those, okay. No wonder we never got that yet. Because I never did the little lighter greener bits on here, like these little circles. Turn it over this way, do this one. Ah, a couple more over here too, yeah, alright. Yeah, I might just hit this thing. One on this wing. Where's the other? There it is. There's a little circle over here. This guy right here. And I think I wasn't initially going to, but I'm going to get that green going down in here. So we have this mixed up, fortunately. So I'm going to change this around right here. And let that all settle in down there. Like there we are. And nothing back there. I will get these two little guys down here, though. There's one over here. And there's one over there. Ah, now I think I'm going to do the lighter stuff on these. That definitely is looking like that paint is set up about as much as it's going to. So let's get our whatever we can put in the engine cowling things here. Again, not too much thinner. and then I'll do the like the lightest light engine glow. Then we'll go back over the top with basically a floral green, phthalo green mix to get rid of, see these little lighter things that you're seeing there. We'll get rid of those after the fact. Just no point in doing that till we have all of the lighter stuff going on here. So again, look at that, just one brush stroke in there, and that is it. Now on this guy, I'm going to get me the darker pearl, puro, or sorry, that's the Perline red, some of our Van Dyke brown. We'll mix those together. I'm not sure this is going to be a classic pin line wash necessarily. Oh, geez, let's get some more thinner in that though. So I just got a little bottle of thinner here. Thanks, T-Cat. There we are. So T-Cat, you know what? That's right. I think this Thursday I might do the Gimli cat. No, not the Legolas, because he's a Siamese, and I want to find that old watercolor that I did of the Siamese cat. And yeah, I think that would be fun. So I'll see if I can find those reference images. And we'll go back to our Lord of the Rings cats for this Thursday. And I can't. I think you did see the Merry and Pippin with the holding up the fish, right? So they're enjoying some scale ale made by our everybody's favorite master brewer, Wally the Walrus. I might here. Let me see if I can really go full on pin line wash with this. Like you do. Because I'm pretty sure T-Cat, well, obviously there's the pincushion Boromir, but other than that, I think everything else is hobbits. Everything else is hobbits. And of course, for the Frodo one, I want him to have basically what's going to look like a glowing gold ball of yarn in his hand. So yeah, that's quite the collection. T-Cat. That's the other thing I might do is for T-Cat. There's I don't know if you saw there's like prints or whatever. I was wondering. Well, obviously I can't quite do something like this as a print, right? But some of our miniatures or whatever. Uh, Maybe I'll put those together, kind of like a family portrait of the Lord of the Rings kitties. So that's basically just the Van Dyke brown mixed with our Perline red. Gonna get some of that out here on those engine cowlings to darken those up. And then again, some other panel lines to kind of strengthen those a bit. And I'm kind of tempted to have this also be darker here. Like this. I think there is the same trim on the other two. Okay. No, thanks, T-Cat. I was somewhat humorous, right, to have that little bit of a show there during the paint contest, but you know that's how things go sometimes. That was pretty hilarious. But yeah, I'll try to get back to doing some of the flat Thursdays. Oh, there's an area where our primer didn't quite get into. No problem. Look at that. We'll just cover that up. Well, looking at how beat up that is, it's not a surprise. Here's hoping we have a whole new collection of them for the next year's Gen Con, or this year's, I should say this year. Yeah, it's not next year's Gen Con anymore. Something tells me, TCAT, that Ken is not going to have any of those compressors in the booth. He's going to say, "No way, man! You ain't getting to use that. You're going to use one of mine." Because I never did hear from him about did he actually start making those? I have sent messages, haven't heard anything. I don't even know if he's doing his dealer's table, whatever, at Adepticon or not. Yeah, we're gonna strengthen up some stuff around that turret right there. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's good. Again, you can see we're kind of strengthen up some of the panel lines there. Now, where's our big guy here? TCAT, yeah, but it's I know with sort of doing like what Reaper did, moving the entire factory into a new building. I mean, everything. We actually did kind of reminisce because in many ways we both had a similar project going on, and it was a bit like an archaeological dig. He uncovered some stuff he said that he maybe remembered seeing as a kid in the factory decades ago. Let me get this, get the darker stuff out here. Along this edge. TCAT, what's funny is that in all likelihood, a few weeks from now, I'll just get a flurry of calls from Ken because it just kind of that's how it goes. Having nothing to do with this actually, or the compressor or any of that. Now, yeah, definitely, yeah, that's really gonna make a difference here in some of these recesses. Like right out here, oh, there's something that didn't get anything down in there. It was still almost white. Okay, let me grab this. This is gonna be so. Again, that's what we started with. This is what we got now. I gotta remember to take a little side-by-side picture of these, don't I, TCAT? Put it on one of the blank, plastic things. Yeah, I think there's just a slight difference. Almost imperceptible, but if you look really close, you can see the differences. Maybe a magnifier would help, but yeah, you look close enough, you might say, there's something's different about those. I don't know exactly, but there's something different. Yeah, Tika. No, I most definitely have to make that video on these things because I was hoping that I could utilize that red and have it sort of be close enough to the original, but yet obviously have this kind of mega difference here. Let me turn this baby around. Oh, and by the way, this is all primer right here. If you're wondering, it's like, man, he's got all this oil paint all over his hands. No, that's actually the primer. It's easier to get the oil paints off your hand because you just 2 minutes of warm water and dish soap and it's gone. It is all gone. Now, if you're worried about transferring paint onto other stuff, like you forget you've got a little paint on your hands or whatever, you touch something, now that'll have some paint on it. Well, just we're doing so much resin printing. We all have the nitrile gloves, so you just put those on. That's my TCAT that, well, this is a cuisine channel after all, but now that I've been doing, so many of the whole chickens in the air fryer, I just grab some of my nitrile gloves and use that so I don't have to worry about, again, we don't want to, we love lots of restaurants. One we don't love is Salmonella's. That is not a great restaurant. Yes, that's not a good restaurant. You don't want to go there. Ah, yep. Oh, no, no, no. We'll have to leave that blank because we did some of our free-handed stuff there. Okay, no problem. So yeah, that's just the Van Dyke brown, some of our Perlene red mixed together. When in doubt, make things darker. Easier to make some of these recesses darker than try and keep piling lighter red on top of there, that's for sure. Let me, there we go. Make a little adjustment on you. I'm looking at this here. It's still not quite ready to go for my dropping in that really light green stuff down there. Not ready for that. Actually, these might need to be. Speaking of our lighter green, might have to hit these. Somehow kind of missed those. Reinforce those. Oh, over here too. And that one. Ooh, we can do little light green doodads over there too. I just saw those. Gotta remember to do that. Oh, we did them down here. I was like, wait a minute, I thought I did those. Well, I did some, just not those some. I did others some. Just going to hit some of the others. Even more little of our green dots that we can do down there. All right, well, that's good. Yeah, okay, all right. Let's, before we forget, lest we forget, let's get this stuff out of the brush here. Let's do this lighter green while we're thinking about it. That's our floral green with a chaser of the radiant green. Don't want a whole bunch of thinner on that because, well, these we don't want a pin line wash. We want that paint to sit right on the edge of that little bump there. Okay. I spy with my little eyes another couple of little discs that I might want to have with that glow on them down here, like these guys. All right, so we'll back up and do this. In you go. Like that. More here. One on the other side to do. Here. Like that. Yay. Did I do the ones? I missed those two on the other side here. Let me get those guys. There we are. Hey there, Sleepy Slang. How you doing? Everybody, please give Sleepy Slang a follow. Of course, Sleepy Slang, you want to post some of your fabulous stuff in the chat, please. Go ahead and do that while I grab me a little bit of my fast matte white. There. So Sleepy Slang, I think you were painting some of the Trench Crusade stuff. We started doing some of that on stream here. Also in some tutorials. Actually, now I've done 2 tutorials with the Trench Crusade stuff. Let me just get this off my finger there before that gets everywhere. So I just, but right before the stream, finished filming this right here. So we had a blast doing this. Yeah, Sleepy Saint. Oh, thanks. Here's some of the, what are they? Oh, the 7 Serpents. We're going to do an army painting series on these guys now, just because I think that would be a really interesting thing for folks to see. So yeah, Sleepy Slang, of course, if you want to post any of that in the chat, you know the deal. Please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Slang, those were looking really, really, really fantastic. Congrats on those, of course. Now, can I sneak this in here? Yes, I can. So everybody please check out that Instagram link there. Now, Sleepy Slang, is there any... Are you kind of working among all the factions, or is there a specific one that you're locked in on there? Yeah, those are looking super fantastic. Again, it's just kind of out of nowhere, right? Sleepy Slang. So Slang, I haven't. I'm only now just really learning what the different ones are. Even having the My Mini Factory site open, I still don't necessarily know. Okay, that is this faction. That is this faction. Still trying to kind of get used to that. The Trench Pilgrims, obviously, I can kind of do an inquisitorial type of thing there. The I guess there's kind of a well, when the Prussians, I think the Prussians are coming, right? Sleepy Slang. So that would probably be my faction. Who would have thunk it, right? The Prussians. Hey there, Gladys. How you doing? Great to see ya. Now let me. I'm gonna probably come back with some of my darks and maybe cut some of that stuff off of there. We might just do that. So yeah, I think that would probably be, if you're gonna ask me which it would be, that would probably be the thing for me. Would be that one. For obvious reasons. Yeah, I think that would be very fun to do. Now again, it was just get the ghost faction so that you can almost kind of do an Army of the Dead type thing. So yeah, that's the thing there. Slang is I just don't know anything about the lore, so I've got to. That's something I'm gonna have to try and learn here. Not sure when we can do that, but all right, in you go. Okay, well, no, that's okay. I guess we can let some of that end up down here. Well, that's good. That's good to know, Sleepy Slang, because it would probably do that in a much faster way than me trying to find some kind of a PDF or something like that or a website and read that. Because at least I could be doing other stuff while that's playing. So yeah, these are basically eBay rescues here. Now we've been showing because I have one. Nah, this is it. Yeah. So maybe about, let's see, what is it now? So about 6.5 hours ago. Move out of my way. That's basically what this looked like right here. All of the ships were like this, and now they look a little bit different. And of course, they were just the plastic flying bases there. So yeah, it's like a lot of different. Well, that's where our silly Marillion is based on all of the lore videos that I listened to while I was prepping minis, printing minis, whatever, uh, editing videos, or doing the photos for the videos anyway. In you go there. Maybe lighten that up just a touch on the bottom of this, here and there. Still gotta wait on these things yet. Actually, well, maybe let me try this. Let me try this here. Little bit of our lighter green up there. I would like to let that set a little bit more, but we're just gonna do this now. Oh, that's cool. There's Sleepy Slang. Now again, my listening time is reduced because, well, that's how it is when you're streaming. You can't be listening to anything else, and if I'm filming or doing the editing part where I've got the footage going on, well, can't listen to a whole bunch of things there. I have tons of audiobooks, which I almost never get a chance to listen to. All right, let me take Mr. Blending Brush here. We'll just get rid of that. It's my dark. There's my darker reddish. Now we're just gonna get that around these things. Now, yeah, Sleepy Slang. That is definitely well. I mean, for me, it's always been obviously the historical stuff. That's always been my thing. Well, as evidenced by, yes, for as much Lord of the Rings stuff as we do here, and we are the walking silly Silmarillion, I've never actually read the books. Yes, read zero of the books. Still makes folks know. It's like, okay, how the heck do you know then about the fall of Gondolin and Morgoth and all this other stuff? well, it was watching those lore videos. So if there's lore videos on Trench Crusade, then we'll be able to get up to speed the same way. Oh yeah, let me get the lighter green down in here. I'm gonna stick with the opaque. Let me go this way with it here. So I'll shove this down in here like so. There. Alright, let's do it this way. And here. Well, that's a deep recess there. Holy smokes. That is a really deep recess. Nope, Sleepy Slang. They're just. There was no way I was going to see it in the theaters, and I think it's $20 to watch it in streaming form or something like that. And now that I know it was just this kind of rushed thing, it was like, okay, we've been sitting on this for 10 years. We either shell out $250 million or we just crank something out. And it was pretty clear that they just cranked something out, and it was the same thing with the game too. Because, well, that you knew no matter what, because of the whole wait a minute, that book hasn't come out yet and it's dead on arrival. So I'm sure there was a bit of a surprise. Like, oh, wait a minute, we gotta do what now? So I think I'll just give that all a pass. I have pretty much these days zero time to watch any kind of movies or anything like that. Actually, less than zero now. So it's like, whatever, I'll just give that a pass. Maybe I'll make this. Oh, yeah, okay. Here's my lighter version of it. Because the few people I know that saw it, they said, yep, that's pretty much what it was. Like, get a pencil, a paper, a microphone, crank something together. Which there is a certain sympathy with the sculptor that has to try and make miniatures that look like those in the movie for a system where everybody is very much a human. So I didn't. I felt a lot of sympathy for the sculptors that had to try and match that to the rest of the range. That had to be a kind of a nerve-wracking challenge there. That would be too late. Let's back up a little ways to this. There we go. Also here. Couple little lights on that. Right there. Oh, and the lights down in here. And I think we have the right brightness there too. Yeah, let me see if I can get that brush down in there. This side we're pretty much good already there. Just this side I gotta get the lighter stuff down in there. So Sleepy Slang, been printing out tons and tons and tons of terrain so that eventually we can do our live streaming of our own version of ME with the campaign version. where we'll use the War of the Ring board game kind of as a strategic AI kind of generator. And also, well, Middle Earth War at Sea, because we've been doing those 28 mil ships there. So Sleepy Slang, when they did the War of the Rohirrim movie, that meant that Games Workshop, they had to do something with it. They wanted a movie tie-in, so they rushed into production a new version of MESBG. And again, you knew right away it was rushed because the uh, the Rise of Angmar book for the, well, what is still, I guess, no, I guess it's not the current edition anymore, but the old edition. They, months before it came out, they said, well, guess what? This version is dead. It's like, wait a minute, it's not coming out for months yet. Well, it's dead. And that's when you knew something had to be a bit of a rush job, because you wouldn't be sitting there, obviously working on that book, which has a lot of stuff involved with it, only to go, yeah, it's not even out yet, it's dead. So yeah, it's like, I was like, oh my goodness, this could be a little interesting. Now I'm gonna try and get me some of my little orange over here. Let's do that. I'll just use the pure orange, maybe a little bit of our naphthol scarlet there. Right there too. Again, it's just going to mix with what's already there anyhow. No, I'm not going to use that blending brush. Let me, I might be able to get away with this one here. Yeah, the sleep is it. It's people said, there were moments, right? But it obviously they were kind of few and far between, and it was just not really the right medium or whatever for that. It was, I think it was a direct to the ash heap release. I It might have lasted a few weeks in the theater, maybe. I'm not even, yeah, maybe a couple of weeks in the theater, then it was gone. So it was less than successful, that's for sure. There's a couple of turrets over here. I'm going to get those a little later. I knew there was something down in there I was kind of forgetting. I don't think I'm going to try and do the any more of the pattern on there. Maybe. Nah, I don't think so. Okay, let me do a little lighter edge on that. Maybe on this. Maybe out here. On the top edge. Not on the bottom. On the top edge there. Let's see. I know the RT score on there, that was also not super high either. Blending brush. Yeah, just the fact that it went away so soon, that always kind of indicates that, well, better luck next time. You know what, I'm gonna blend that a little bit more, because that was getting a little too light there. Yeah, okay, that's more like it. That is more like it. You know what, these three, I'm gonna, let me get my Okay, we're going back to our lighter green again. Fine, let's do that. And it's definitely my biggest concern was that it would fracture the community, which it kind of did. And actually, Sleepy's saying the best part of it was that it wiped out everything that I was painting here over the last 18 months, including all of the Fell Beasts, all of my Farharad, all of my Candish stuff. Actually, wiped out all the done lending stuff I was doing, which is interesting because, the new starter set had done lendings in it. So I know that there's the Hunt for Gala movies that are supposed to be in 2026. I think I'll just ignore any conversation about those. Just, what is it? Let the past be the past, or something like whatever that. I forget what the saying is. But yes, we'll let that rest. It'll just have to do whatever it's gonna do. Sans me. All right, there we go. I somehow forgot those three panels right there. Now we got those. Well, again, this is my first go round on these ships. Uh, let's see. Now we've been streaming what 4 hours 16 minutes. Tack on 3. So less than 8 hours ago, these were in a box. And I mean in a box like this with a few of the plastic stands. Again, they are starting to look a little bit different. I gotta go back to this one anyhow. Just a slight difference there. So yeah, as far as I know, it was a one paragraph thing where he talked over and over again about how bad Gollum smelled. So that I do think that's going to be a 12 film episode arc right there. What about, was there something? Oh yeah, this thing here, we're going to make that our lighter green there. And get back to the underside. Oh no, those are all turrets. So we're going to, oh wait a minute, no, those are turrets also. Okay, let's leave those alone. Let's go back to this one here. Because I spy with my little eye a couple other little things here that I might do with our lighter green. So yeah, sleep is it's I can't wait to see the side by side images because I still have a couple of the flying stand, the just the plastic flying stands. I'm pretty sure I still have one of each ship. So we'll have to do that. That's going to be pretty hilarious to see those again side by side. Yeah, let me take my darker green here. Let's hit this outside here. Ah, yeah, some of our Van Dyke brown, some of the phthalo green. That's going to be a very nice, juicy, dark green there. Just to kind of get rid of that. Guess if I were left-handed, it would be on the other side. Let me see. I think we need to do the same deal on this guy. Yep. Same deal here. Little bit of cleanup here. Now, and these are the old Forge World ones. So these go back a ways. And again, we did all the bases too. That was all part of this in the last 4 hours, 20 minutes. We're working on 7 different ships here. 7 different ships, and of course, basically had to create the color scheme while we were streaming here. Because again, what could possibly go wrong? Painting ships for the most part that I've never painted or seen before, and only the vaguest idea of the color scheme, which is based on from 2013, our old Dark Elder army. That's coming up. There it is. Boom. So yeah, based on the old Dark Elder army here. Then there's the display board with the army. You can see how big that display board is by the size of the Razor Wing, which looks mighty small, doesn't it? So that's what we're basing our color scheme on here. I think Sleepy Slang. It was. I think I did at least one tutorial video on that pattern. Painting it on these ships right here is more like what it was like painting it on the infantry, because every single miniature in that army got some form of this freehand. Oh my gosh, there's more of our later green dots. All right, let's do that. Okay, fine. So the next year after that, Sleepy Slang was that would be the Sisters of Battle Army with the big cathedral. Yeah, that was the 2014. That was the last 40K army ever did. Okay, so I did do this one over here. This lighter stuff going into there. Maybe I can. Here, let me see if I can go even lighter here. Oh, thanks, Sleepy Slang. But it's weird how everything kind of has morphed and changed up, especially with the 3D printing. What's possible now, like all of the, well, like Trench Crusade, right? Sleepy Slang. Again, a game that I hadn't heard of until just a couple of weeks ago. Next thing you know, all of a sudden you snag a bunch of the files, you print them out, and now it's streams, it's tutorials, and then of course those crazy Lord of the Rings cats. Yeah, Sleepy Slang, none of that stuff. That is what I was supposed to be painting was more Tomb Kings. Uh, the the more of those stalkers, the sneaky snakes, and the Erebor terrain. That's what I've been printing out to paint during this time. Next thing you know, it's all the Lord of the Rings kitties, and it's like, okay, that is not again what I was expecting. But I think it's the same for you, right, Sleepy Slang? Where all of a sudden you're just, oh, well, we're doing this now. Okay, that's what we're doing now. It was this, now it's this. And again, I never would have even would have been totally oblivious if it hadn't been for this stuff constantly popping into my Instagram feed. I know that Instagram feeds you, when you click on something, it's going to show you more of it. But it just kept showing me this, whether I clicked on it or not. It's a natural progression there, Sleepy Slang. It's totally natural progression, right? And of course, again, everybody please check Sleepy Slang if you want to post your Insta link again there. So again, folks get a chance to see all the fabulous painted miniatures. So those are not turrets there. Just gonna treat those as some lights there. Oh, all right, we found more. Yep, I found more of these little crazy lights here. So let's do these guys. Oh no, wait, time out. Let me rework this brush a little here. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Sleepy Slang just posted there. Come on, three little dots is there. Three little dots is over here. Over here. You know what? I'm gonna. There's probably one on the other side here. No, there's not. It's just. Oh, there is. Okay, it's part of my pattern. No wonder. Ah, that's fantastic, Slank, because, well, if there was 10 of you, that would be one thing. So again, now cloning technology is getting to be a thing, but somehow I don't think they let us use it in that way, right, Sleepy Slang? And yeah, if there were a bunch of us, that is a more feasible thing, but there's not. There's sadly only one of us. So that's where yeah, it gets a little dicey. Now, of course, I have been petitioning for a 36-hour day and a 10-day work week, and also an infinite relying on Tuesdays, but those wishes have not been granted yet for some reason. And of course, well, we appreciate all the folks that support the Patreon page, because again, that's a somewhat more feasible thing for one person to be able to do, sort of. That is why days that are not streaming days are filming days. You'll be like, oh, you have the day off. It's well, no, I'm just not streaming today. Okay, there's only one of those. We got three of these little guys here. Is there? Okay, there is a little. All right, that the resin kind of got filled in over here, so let's just try to do that. You know, I'm just gonna fill these in with our green. The heck with it. Sleepy Slang, I would think that it. I couldn't tell you. It's hard to put an exact date on it, but close to 4 years is what it took. And even then, that has to. You can't just do that because, well, you have to have. How do you get people to sign up? Because obviously, there's going to be attrition rates, and well, that's where the streaming comes in. And we appreciate all the folks that join us here on stream, of course. Appreciate that so much. And you definitely have to do something that is, well, different. It can't just be kind of very similar to what everything else is out there. And that's not the easiest thing to do. And of course, you need a bestest moderator on Twitch like we have here. That would be Armored Wolf. So we say many thanks to Armored Wolf for being bestest moderator on Twitch. Ah, jeez, I almost forgot these little guys under here. Like that. Like that. And that is actually kind of a good way, is where it supplements other things. Well, it's always best to have. I mean, the YouTube leads into the Insta leads into that, and this leads into all of those. So it's kind of tying everything together. Again, just doing a little bit of the green on these little guys down here, and that's it. And then we gotta get these up here. Could maybe even go a wee bit lighter. Yes, I think we can. I'm not going to do that right away, though. Oh, yeah, let's hit these guys. I know there's like a Tau symbol on there. I'm just gonna kill him. I'm just gonna do this. We're just going to do that. And of course, again, very different from everybody's favorite croissant here. So again, kind of different with the glows, but the bases are the same. And we did those bases, some of them in some vids. We also did them on stream. So yeah, Sleep Beast Sling. Well, today was one of those. It was all of the above. I was recording a video just hours before the stream started, which is why the voice has gotten a little bit messed up here over the course of the session. Okay, this is a phthalo green, taking some of that away. Okay, all right, that's good. So Artsy Jinx, I think my favorite ones are always going to be the ones that I sculpted myself. Yeah, that would definitely be the case. And I've had a chance to sculpt a couple of portrait style busts and a couple of miniatures. Well, actually, we can show some of them here. Now these go back to, well, some of these go back to about 2008 or so. Let me scroll on back here. So those two engines of the gods there, those were scratch sculpted. Those did not exist. They're made out of Sculpey and epoxy sculpt and green stuff. And of course, well, there's Baby Bobble. That's another favorite right there. Again, that's another basically scratch built piece. And of course, there's Sticky Wicket, who even has his own portrait right there. And again, there's that army. And then here's the Temple of Blood display board that we made to go with it. Now we're working our way down here to the Mimes of Moria. This was back in 2006 when I made these guys. And of course, there was no 3D printing. There were barely any plastic goblins. These are all metal figures. They had to chop apart and then re-sculpt. So you can see there you've got Chef Boyardee right there. You also have some top hats and chef's hats. Oh, and look at the Charles de Gaulle there with his fancy mustache and 2 stars. Of course, Pierre and Francois, they thought they were the true stars of the team. They were not. They weren't into blocking and tackling. They weren't into the rough stuff. Clearly, they were master sommelier. So yeah, like a Pinot Noir, whatever, a fine Merlot. That's what they were into. So yeah, we did the entire team. We did the fans. We played them in 2 seasons. They made the playoffs in both seasons. Now, where's my Tomb Kings here? Oh, actually, I think they're further up this. There they are. So there's again, that was a little side project in 2014. My Tomb Kings army, and everything that you see on that upper level of the temple. Well, those are also a heavy bunch of scratch building and converting there, but those are all scratch build. The Hyro Titan on the left, the Colossus on the right, the birdies, the Sphinxes, all that stuff was scratch sculpted. So those are and building the army boards, obviously those are the things that I really enjoy. Now, thanks Artsy, appreciate that. So yeah, the Mimes of Moria, they were an actual team. I played them in a couple of seasons. They averaged almost 3 touchdowns a game. Let me get the little bit of that mid-range green out there. Okay, now on here, I was gonna do a little bit of almost like a glazy type thing. There we are. Remember I was talking about this earlier. Thanks Artsy. Again, Can show you the Sisters of Battle terrain board, but there's tons of blog posts that cover those things. So if you want to see the step-by-step process of how those were constructed and painted and everything, there is hundreds, literally hundreds of blog posts on that. And those are obviously a whole bunch of best painted army type things. And here's our Sisters of Battle here. Whoops. There they are. So again, all heavily converted or scratch built. I mean, some of those are 20-year-old miniatures. There's the Exorcist that we scratch built. And of course, there is the display board. Yes, there are 40 stained glass windows there. And there's a whole interior. There's about 5 pounds worth of lights and batteries on the roof of that. Now, we did, when the new Sisters came out, I took the oils and we did say, okay, how close can we get to the original Sisters of Battle? Oh, the freehand is the same, the gold and everything else. So yeah, that was our Sisters of Battle. And of course, well, we've done a whole bunch of bolt action armies here. That was our last tournament army back in 2018. There's a whole bunch of bolt action battle reports on the YouTube channel. And here's some scenes from those. There's that was the road to Arras right there, or road to Nouvion, sorry. There's our river and such. And there's our early war French, and there is our Monte Cassino display board right there. So that was, I think that's the last display board that I made. Yeah, that's the last display board that I ever made. Because sadly, tournaments are not something I ever get to do anymore, which is a bummer. I would really like to be able to do that, but that is just not in the cards. Oops, that's too dark of a glaze there. Okay, now we got something better there. So bolt action is 28 millimeter, just like same as your Lord of the Rings and other games. So you're probably thinking of Flames of War, which is 1/100 scale. So yeah, bolt action is 28 millimeter. Flames of War, that will be the smaller 1/100 scale. I've actually done Flames of War stuff. I was supposed to be doing Flames of War, and then the group changed their mind, and we went and did. Then they changed to bolt action. I had actually scratch sculpted a whole bunch of French vehicles for Flames of War, mostly the transports. So again, here's a typical trench crusade fig, which I think we do actually have a bolt action fig. So they're similar-ish. Again, he's kind of bent over and everything, but that's your bolt action there. But yeah, the small version of that would be Flames of War. And actually, I have a whole bunch of Flames of War stuff also on the blog if you want to check that out too. You know what? I'm going to do the same deal that I did on the other one. Let me just take this. And I'm just going to take that out. Just going to do that. Just easier. So yeah, it's like with all the commission stuff, right? You're having to bounce around from one sculptor's stuff to the next. And every sculptor has a different way to sculpt something. And you basically have to get used to that until you have to get used to the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next thing. Where's it's gonna get a little bit of my that's my indigo there, and some of the phthalo green. Once again, just kind of clean up some of the edges along here. Now let me see if I can lighten up these little discs right here. Hopefully, okay. I might just have to thin that down. Thin sticks to thick. Showing off. Boom, there you go. Thin sticks to thick. Oh, let's get something much lighter on here. So we'll got our green with our fast matte white over here. Way back in the day, Sleepy Slang, we really enjoyed the Keltos figures because we called them more like a blank canvas. We could actually do stuff on there because there were no buckle golems where there was 10,000 belt buckles or whatever on something, and we could just kind of do freehand if we wanted to. And so it's like that's I know with the Trench Crusade, the banners for the oh gosh, for your iron whatchamacallit guys, their iron sultanate, they have a blank version of it, so you don't have to use the one where the freehand is there. You can just kind of put your own on there, which is really nifty. Yeah, I think that trend is starting to die away. Sleepy Slang, the buckle golems. It was really weird while it was quite the thing. It would take 3 people to try and dress one person a half an hour with all those buckles. Is that okay? I'm gonna put. Man, let me just get my little bit of light over here. One over there. Okay. Oh, okay. I kind of created the slight impression of that on those already. I think I can. Yeah, I can go a little lighter on this green here. I think. Nice. And let's do this here. And of course, again, we want to say a big shout out to Rico for doing a lot of the graphics work that we used to create these items here that are in the merch store that we just launched. Well, not earlier today because now it's Tuesday. But we spent a huge portion of the wee hours and during the day of Monday to get all that stuff up there. There's much, much more that's going to be joining those items. But again, we appreciate Recoil for doing a whole bunch of the Book of Wappo graphics and the Wapilius Spellbrush juggling the chainsaws, which again we've turned into a poker chip there. And we also appreciate the folks that they dove in and they grabbed some of the merch already. It's only something that we've been working on for the last 4.5 years. Finally, finally happening. Now on some of these, I am going to do a little bit of cleanup here on the free hands as we get closer to our 5 hour mark here. Boy, T-Cat, I was really wanting to do, some Giro and Bobo stuff. I'm just wondering, I haven't actually tried doing an AI version of Giro or Bobo to see if, okay, would that be, shall we say, not something we get in trouble for? Just obviously, Dark Sword was being nice with that, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, Hasbro was like, "Wait a minute, what are you guys doing?" And thanks again, T-Cat, for getting some of the merch there. Appreciate that. Well, it certainly does help to offset the cost of. Wait a minute, you've been printing all this other stuff here. Now you got to buy a whole new batch of files. So that's why we really appreciate all the folks that contribute in all the various ways to the channel here, because that makes it possible for us to go, all right, we need to change on a dime now. So, okay, let's do this other thing now. Yeah, TK, because I was all, it just in my head, I was coming up with different things for Kathy Jiro stuff and Bobo and Trunko, and I went, I
So say
might
we
not
all.
want to do that. Right, Denethor, how you doing? Thanks, Denethor, appreciate that. Of course, everybody, please give Denethor a follow if you could. Denethor, it was definitely a wild day trying to get a whole bunch of stuff done. The stream started very late, needless to say, much later than I was planning on it. And of course, Denethor, if you want to share some of your sculpting and painting stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. It's funny, Denethor, I was editing the Gimli cat that I turned into a YouTube vid. And of all the things I just ended up hearing our conversation about the streams and what you might want to do for some of your first streams. It was hilarious. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link there that Denethor just shared in the chat. And Denethor, we got something here that's going to be, well, right after the stream, we start to edit and render this video right here. I remember we were talking about the weathering powders. It was so much fun working with the weathering powders on that base. So that was very fun. We'll have to obviously do that to the other ones too. And Denethor, let me show you a little before and after, because this is what all these things looked like about 7-ish hours ago. Oop, wrong way. There we go. So yeah, that's what they looked like there. Yeah, but there's a slight difference. It's almost imperceptible, but if you look close enough, you can see the difference. And I will be doing at least a tutorial on that because you know a lot of people, oh, you just got to strip those. I did not strip those at all. I basically put a mostly, well, semi-transparent dark red primer over the top of them, and then did all the rest with the oils. Because I wish people wouldn't necessarily automatically think that you got to strip everything down. They have something not quite go the way they wanted on the painting side of thing, and they just strip the whole thing. It's like, boy, that's a whole bunch of extra time and work there. You don't really have to do that. Now, of course, if it's one of those things where there's a bunch of glue all over the place, or there is just paint globbed on there, well, then that's a whole different story, obviously. So Denethor, I think this particular Tau captain, maybe he paid to have more like in goal, was right. That's what you do in like World of Warships or whatever. If you want to have those really nifty camo patterns, dazzle camo on your ships, right? You have to pay some extra gold to get those. So Denethor, it's basically with the Tau, they kind of have those. It's almost like a cloaking type of thing, or an energy, like you say, an energy field or shield or something like that. So it could either be they're trying to cloak themselves in some kind of other pattern. Now, originally it was for my Dark Eldar army. Of course, what I'm super excited about now is that Hearts of Iron is apparently it's going to be a board game, and that's on a Kickstarter right now. And they are coming up with some really fantastic miniatures for it. So that is going to be fantastic. I'm going to be painting some of those on stream, that's for sure. Pull out a little bit of that. No, that's just a turret over there. Might make that also a lighter green. Make this a lighter green too. So yeah, we'll either be doing some more of these. I think I'll probably next Monday, on our next Armada Monday, paint some more of these guys here. It depends on how many are left after I do the tutorial vids. I'll probably do one of the really large ships, and maybe one of these mid-size, and maybe a couple of the small ones. So we'll see what's left, and maybe we'll paint those up next week. So Gladius, when I made all of my terrain boards from the very first Lizardman Temple of Blood all the way through to that Sisters of Battle board, well, and my Monte Cassino board, the idea is that those could be played on. I would actually put it on with a bunch of other terrain, and we could actually play a game on it. I know I did that with the Lizardman board. I don't think we ever got a chance to do it with the Tomb King. Well, yeah, because they killed Warhammer. That's right. Yeah, about 8 days after I finished my Tomb King's army, that is when the Sigmar thing happened. So we never got to do that with them. But my and of course my Monte Cassino board, the people that I did all that with, they moved away, so never got a chance to do that with them. But probably best to try and make your display board something that can eventually be part of an overall kind of big piece of terrain or a terrain board, so that you can actually get some use out of it after it being because it's not going to be obviously it's a display board for a tournament. It's only going to get so much use out of it. You see if I'm going to get me some lighter stuff here on the bottoms of these. Like you do. There we go. Now over here, I might, let me see if I can play around with this here. Let's see what we can do with this. First, moving you out of the way. To do this tau symbol here, and then we'll get some of our darker reddish color to fill it in, just like we were doing some. Actually, I'm going to do some of that on this anyway. So there's that. Now we are going to go with a little bit of the lighter orange, or yeah, let me try the lighter orange here. Let's try some of this. That's fantastic, Gladys. And of course, the other thing too is because we love our basing, right? So come up with a display board that means that you'll be able to kind of really do some interesting basing on your miniatures, because then when the miniatures aren't on a display board anymore, they still look really unique because of their basing. So that's another thing that's not a bad idea to consider. My Monte Casino guys, all of their bases were obviously the monastery kind of broken up stone floor and everything. All right, that's good. That's good. Now let me do this. Here's some of the perline red, not too dark. You know what? I'm gonna get a little bit of our Naphthol Scarlet in there. So see you later there, Recoil. Thank you so much for everything. And of course, Rico, if you want to share your Discord link to your review of those basing supplies real quick, because that's again, well, we love our basing, right, Recoil? Basing is life. That's how it is here in Wappleville. Oh, oh, sorry there, Recoil. Well, good night there, Mom. Everybody say good night to Mom and to Squeak. So good night, Mom. Sorry about that. Yes, well, the brain is at one of those non-functioning points, which is pretty much the norm these days, right? Recoil. Oh, you know what? This is another. I'm gonna clean up here. Let's do that. Here, let's get this. Let's get this here cleaned up like that. Some here. Yeah, I'm just gonna take that out. Oh, and here's another area we're going to clean up right here. Now that's fantastic there, Gladius. And again, there's we live in a golden age of miniatures, right? Sleepy Slang, where there's infinite amount of different basing bits that we can print out. Yeah, Sleepy Slang, there's some really fantastic trench bits. I printed out some new ones. I'm excited to see what those look like. Again, that is another thing I'll be doing after the stream is getting those prints taken and cleaned up. Oh, I just keep thinking of, there's the fabulous texture rollers instead of me having to literally carve out every single tile in a mosaic tile. And now all I have to do is just roll out those sheets and boom, I've got myself my tile floor. So check out Make It Epic. They have a bunch. Goonmaster Games has a bunch. No, let me see here, so you can see. Again, you got trench obstacles. You have the crucifixes there. Do I have sand? Yeah, here's some sandbags. And the nifty thing is, like it's almost like Monopoly money. He has a big pile of them. He has three bags. He has two bags like this. He has a single bag, a couple of different single bags, and they're actually designed to stack on each other. So there's some more of the crosses right there, and a few different type of obstacles. Let me see if I can find one here that's. No, that's not it. And well, here again, there's some of the Make It Epic basing crosses right there. And the ones I printed out now, some of them are from Goonmaster Games. And of course, the nice thing is you can scale those up or down. And there's also, again, lots of really nifty terrain that people are doing for it. Although I will be breaking out the foam and what is that? The polystyrene tubing and even some of the supports, right? The let's see, do we have some of our Orkies here? Yeah. So the I mean, this would be perfect for building an antenna, right? That's just cured support stuff for probably for this print right here. And the bulletin board cork, which we use for so many different things, also works very well for, well, concrete. Anything else? Oh, yeah, okay, we'll do that. Just trying to clean up again some of this. Here we go. We had a whole bunch of weirdness over here. We're gonna take some of that out. And I'm going to, here, let me just change this whole deal here. I'm going to take my green here. We're going to change these around from the orange. I mean, we're still deciding the color scheme here, so might as well make the changes now. We're still figuring things out here. That's a radiant green mix with some of the fluorescent green. Getting rid of that piece of fuzz there. Trying to get this lighter green here on the end of, well, whatever these are. Some kind of weapons. Don't know what. Oh, and up here too. That's the other place I needed my lighter green up there. Nice there. Okay, those are pretty well set. These guys are a little bit chewed up over here. I mean, not a huge surprise. It is a Forge World thing. Oh, and there's some more of these little lights here that we gotta get. I might try to do some more of our lighter orange down here too. So let's do that. Because I don't think we have gone. And this is actually the latest orange that I've done is the Puro Orange, and that's it. I don't really want to go any lighter than that, I don't think. Especially with what we did with our pattern right here. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. I might try to get a okay, not that much lighter orange out there. Something along our edge here. Maybe these two shapes. Let me. Yeah, okay, that'll work. There's a couple more of our little green objects there, so we're gonna have to go back to our lighter floral green and try to mess with those here. Let's do that, because I'll forget otherwise. I'll forget those. So I'm just gonna get that on these rectangle shapes, whatever those are supposed to be. And that does, you can see those really light greens. It does help to intensify the dark, right, of our reds without having to do a whole bunch of extra shading there. know what? Okay, fine. Let me see if I could somehow get this working its way down to here. Tough to get the brush in there without mashing into something else, but looks, yeah, we could do it. There we are. There we go. Now, what I'm also going to do here, let me take some of the floral green, a little bit of the, I don't know if I want to let me get a little bit more of the phthalo green. Come on, there we go. Just giving it a little hint of a glow coming out here. Yeah, I might just use this as a blending brush. Anything can be a blending brush. We'll just use this as one here. And that is how we're able to get almost a fluorescent green and an orange to blend together. No laborious trying to mix just the right shade or whatever. No, we're just gonna let them do it themselves. Let them work it out. So again, some of our fast matte white with some of our green. Let's see. No, I'm gonna roll this way. Ooh, there we go. So that little bit of that, remember that glaze I did of the fluorescent green over the top of that really did create a little extra space for me to go with here with a little bit of some lighter stuff here. Just sneaking that into these coils or whatever the heck these things are. Whatever those are. That was no okay. There's guess what we need. Yep, those are not turret things. So I need to get our back to our green over here. And let's do that on these guys here. This thing, also same over on this side here. You know what? Fine, we'll do these guys with our green as well. So just making some changes here. And again, nice little contrast right with our spacescape down here. This we will hit with our blackest black. And even the edge there too. And let's see, so 5 hours, 9 minutes ago, all 7 of these had no paint on them. There's some of them. There's 2 of our kind of medium size ship. We got 4 of the smaller ones here. So we did 3 of these little guys. We did 1 of him. Here's again some more of them flying around there. And again, we will most likely be painting some more of these on our next Monday's Armada stream. I do think we'll do at least 1 tutorial video on these because I would like to show that aspect of well, how do you rescue figures or whatever that are pretty much mostly not necessarily destroyed, but not exactly in the best of shape. What do you do with those? I'm going to take a little bit of our red and just scatter that out here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me maybe do my lighter yellow here. TCAT, all kidding aside, I can't wait to see the side-by-side images of those, because to see it, just in person is one thing, but if it's an image, I'm really looking forward to seeing how different they're going to be right next to each other. Get a little bit more. Okay, there we go. Some of the Indian yellow working here. I guess because you've heard me stress here this idea that not everything, you don't have to just automatically just strip things down. I know people, they kind of want that clean break, they want a clean start. But I actually saved myself a bunch of time by capitalizing on that crazy candy red that was already there. So you can see it's obviously a much different tint to it. We still have glowy stuff on the engines, but we kind of did it in a way that actually makes them look like they're glowing. And obviously, instead of just little white dots on the turrets, we put a different little pattern in here. So yeah, hopefully people will see that and they'll say, oh, you know what, maybe I can actually take what's there and just add to it, work with it somehow. And that maybe translates even more to when they, again, like we talked about earlier, they said, boy, I really had this idea for it. And it didn't quite work out, so I'm just going to strip it all and start again. And I've seen people do this 2, 3 times on one miniature. Oh, thanks, recoil. I guess anytime I see people kind of running up against a bit of a buzz saw there, I keep thinking, boy, I wonder if there's a way to maybe make that less of a buzz saw, or less of one of these, a flaming chainsaw, and maybe make something a little more fun for somebody instead of frustrating. You know what? Okay, Lit, little teensy tiny turrets here. Let's do something on those. Itsy bitsy turrets. Maybe a little bit more of our light on the end of these. Yeah, geez, now that's pretty wild. That's talk about wanting a fresh start there, right? Sleepy saying, "I want a whole new miniature." I guess because I've had to do this so many times over the years, just I don't even give this a second thought. This idea of how we kind of reclaim these here, and again, given the well, this is again is Forge World resin, so it's not the sturdiest of stuff to begin with. Now you're going to be stripping that and then probably having to try and dig some of that paint and the primer. The paint is one thing, paint might come off, but if that primer comes off really easily, well then maybe you need to find a different primer. Yeah, it's kind of the same notion when people ask me, well, do you thin down the primer? And I said, well, geez, how thick is your primer, and also how many layers of primer are you putting on there? It's like, no, it's designed to be thin, plenty thin enough. It'll all work out just fine. And again, I just brushed the primer on here with a with this brush right here. Yes, again, another one of our finest Royal Langnickel brushes. Again, it has unique features. It has glue and tile grout here on the ferrule. Obviously, this is worn away, and you have the bristles starting to fray there. So again, a quality item like this, you might assume that's like $100 brush. Again, we have it discounted for $250, as in 250. So that's a special discount price. You better snag that before it goes to 350. That's what you call a Chicago bargain right there. Let me get a little bit more of our orange right on the end of that, and also then here. And of course, you renege on a Chicago bargain, you'll find out that taking a stroll by the river when concrete shoes is not the healthiest thing to do. Now this is a slightly lighter orange here. This is what we were using on some of our initial freehand designs out here. Yeah, I'm gonna throw a little bit of orange on that. Okay, we're good on those. I think we want to now these little turrets right here. And now, oh geez, it is. No wonder I'm getting famished here and very hungry. It's 4:38 in the morning. So I think that's where we're going to say thank you so much to everybody for all of the again the bits to subs, follows and cheers. Of course, Armored Wolf for doing all of those moderations. I want to say thanks to all the folks that have already dove in and gotten some of the brand new merch stuff like TCAT and Metalhead and of course Sector X. So thank you so much for that. That's going to be super helpful. And again, I'll be adding more stuff over the next couple of days, that's for sure. So when we do our next stream on Thursday, there might be at least double the amount of stuff in there. Don't be surprised. So thank you so much, Rico. Again, thanks for helping to make that happen. Now I'm going to zoom out here so we can do a little bit of a look-see at what we did in our 5 hours, 17 minutes. So again, let me see if I can get at least these guys in my, there we go. So there's our larger to mid-sized ships right there. Oh, thank you so much, TCAT. Appreciate everything. Of course, thanks to Armored Wolf, too. Here, let me see if I can get these guys. So again, there's these four. So again, we did quite a bit. We did 7 of these ships in our 5+ hours. So let's head on over to Raging here. The Raging Cajun. Who knew that there was Cajuns in Australia? So thank you so much, Sleepy Slang. Sorry to bug out on you here, but thanks for hanging out. Appreciate that. Great to talk to you as always. So again, we'll see you on our Thursday stream where I think we're going to be painting that Aragorn, or sorry, the Legolas kitty.